government of the student body, and as such, are encouraged to take part in discussion of Senate bills and orders or issues affecting students. Please wait to be recognized by the chair and be courteous to others wishing to speak. I believe all of you were sent an agenda for our joint GSB City Council meeting tonight. This is really more of an informal meeting, an opportunity for students in the City Council to really have a dialogue about issues that are affecting students, an open conversation, and for everyone to ask each other questions. So we're going to go ahead and start out with, I have to roll call, I totally forgot. Apologize. I was thinking we were going to Okay, sorry about that. Before we get into official business, we will begin with roll call. Abbas.
Here.
Agruwa. Baker.
Here.
Bauer.
Present.
Benzoni.
Here.
Black. Present. Breitbart.
Here.
Birch.
Here.
Doherty.
Here.
Deschus. Pisak.
Present.
Fitton.
Present.
Foley.
Here.
Granadrova.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kaufman. Kearns.
Here.
Me.
Here.
Lang.
Here.
Laudner.
Here.
Lund. Merle. Yeah, he's here. Nygaard.
Here.
Osborne.
Here.
Peterson.
Here.
Plantenberg.
Here.
Schulte.
Here.
Sharp.
Here.
Turhall.
Here.
Voss.
Here.
Walsh.
Present.
Ward.
Present.
Williams.
Here.
Wolf.
Present.
Okay, we will now begin our joint city council meeting with GSB. Before we get started, I'm going to Speaker Williams.
Ooh, okay. My name is Gabby Williams, and I'm the Speaker of the Senate here on GSB. So first and foremost, I'd just like to welcome all of our City Council members for coming here. We really appreciate it. This is always a good meeting for everyone to kind of mingle and to get any questions out and kind of meet you, and you can meet us. And so I really do appreciate you guys taking time out of your week. You guys had a very late meeting yesterday, and so we appreciate that you guys are here today. I also just wanted to mention for senators and for yourselves that we have a new lecture capture program, and this is something that's very exciting, and this is what this beautiful mechanism up here is next to me, and so this will be recorded, and hopefully we can kind of archive this as well, so make sure you smile big and look really pretty because you are on camera. So just wanted to kind of mention that and let the senators know about this too. So this is kind of our first trial run, so I thought you guys would like that, and so please have a good meeting. Also, there's microphones on all of the tables if you guys could kind of help each other out, and please speak with this because we kind of have a long distance because a lot of you showed up tonight, and so we appreciate that as well. Yeah, actually, if Hillary wouldn't mind, would we have the city council members maybe go around and introduce themselves first? Yeah, okay.
Thank you. I can barely see everybody down at the other end. My name is Jamie Larson. I'm the Second Ward City Council member in Ames. We have 4 wards in the city and then 2 at large. As you might know, 6 council members, and the Second Ward is up in the northern portion of town, kind of north central and under the old jurisdiction of the city. We went through some changing in the ward layout this past fall, but used to be Frederickson Court was the only student area that was in my particular ward. Now with some changes, I think we'll talk as we go around and then let you know what ward they represent. But I'm a retired contractor in town and currently maintain pretty close relationships with a lot of students. I'm just finishing my term on the Greek Alumni Alliance as the immediate past president, and I'm the chapter advisor for Delta Upsilon Fraternity, which has a partnership with the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Learning Community. And I'll be finishing my 8th year on council and not running again, so this will be my last meeting.
Well, hello, I'm Tom Watt. I'm the first ward representative on Ames City Council. It's great to be here tonight. Very excited. I think that's going close enough. There we go. I'm first ward representative in the Ames City Council. The first ward is pretty much the entire eastern part of Ames, so everything roughly from Grand Avenue East, almost all the industrial and most of the commercial areas in town. My full-time job, I work for Web Filings here in town, a growing software company in the research park. And this is my 4th year that I'm completing, and like Jamie, I will not be serving another term. So on my way out, but excited to see the new council and all the great things that we have going on here in Ames.
Good evening, I'm Steve Shanker, the city manager. As many of you may remember from your civics class, that city manager is appointed by the mayor and council, and I'm responsible for carrying out the day-to-day activities or operations of the city. I'm charged to enforce the rules, the policies, and the ordinances of the city council.
I'm the next oldest guy in line, so my name is Matthew Goodman. I have been on the city council for nearly a decade, and I'll have 2 more years. I'm the only council person who did not run this time. All the other seats were up because of some redistricting. I'm an at-large member of the council, which means everybody can vote for me or not vote for me given their preference. I also run a couple businesses in the community, none of which is Subway, but that's okay. We need all options available in the city of Ames, obviously. Some other brands besides Subway that are around are Fighting Burrito, Superdog, Eurostand, Worries Coffee, Battles Barbecue. I graduated with a degree in chemistry and a master's degree in biochemistry, and I work for free on the council, so it's pretty awesome. Nearly free.
Hi everyone, I'm Brian Phillips. I'm the management analyst for the City of Ames. I work for Steve, helping enact the policies of the council, researching projects. I staff the Student Affairs Commission when it meets, and help to answer questions from the community and do a lot of work, particularly with the student body. It's great to be here. What's the question?
I'm Peter Rosum. I'm currently at-large representative on the City Council, and I stood for election in the 3rd Ward, so I'm now the 3rd Ward representative. My day job is I teach economics here at Iowa State University, and I guess my night job is now TA for Comedy College, which I just got back from, which they're beginning to kill. It could be good. December 3rd and 4th is the showcase, if you want to get down to the maintenance shop for that. And other than that, I've been doing research on economic development and rural labor markets for about 32 years, and that's part of where my background came from, my interest in trying to work on the City Council.
I'm Judy Parks. I'm the city attorney for the City of Ames, and I'm appointed by the City Council. So that's why I'm here attending the meeting, and I assist them in providing legal advice and representing the city and advising city departments in all manner of legal advice and counsel and litigation. So I'm delighted to be here.
I'm Victoria Shopinski. Is this working?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, thank you. I can't tell when you're right. I represent Ward 4 for the Ames City Council, which is a changing area. It has always included campus, but the new Ward 4 moves further north from the west side and also includes Campus Town. I'm a graduate of Iowa State University. I have a degree in business and from we didn't have the Jardine building at that time, but I do get to visit it now, which is very nice. But while I was here, I was the student co-chair of the lectures program. I also did the lights in the maintenance shop, and there were a variety of other things. I had a radio show on what was then called KUSR. My background, my professional background is in fundraising and also in conference services. I was the director of conference services for Iowa State University. So that's why. Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for doing introductions. With that, we're going to go ahead and move into formal business. Before I do that, I realized I never introduced myself, so I'll take a moment to do that since I'll be talking probably quite a bit tonight. I'm Hillary Clutcher. I'm serving as the Vice President of GSB, and one of my duties as Vice President is to run our weekly Senate meetings. So, here we are. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get started so we can have a good discussion this evening. So we'll move right into safety concerns. The first thing being lighting concerns, as you can see on the agendas that have been passed around. So specifically at this time, I'd just really like to open it up to senators. If you have specific questions, or any students who are present, if you have specific questions, what you want to talk about regarding that topic, and then we'll just have a conversation and take it from there. Speaker Williams. Oh yeah.
Sorry. Where's Alex actually? Alex, where is Alex? Oh, hey. If you, actually, I would ask if you would kind of start this. You're the one that I think brought this up, or brought this to my attention at least, for Welch Avenue, changing from sodium to LED lights, and kind of maybe what that was talking about a little bit, if you want to discuss that so we can make comment on that as well.
So I think for lighting concerns, the biggest thing, which I've brought it up on council, I've received several emails and from a student here also from Timberg, if you want to talk about that. Mortensen Road, how it is right now and going along to Towers, is a really dangerous spot. The lighting is insufficient. I know even I've driven through there during a storm and there were students along the way and I couldn't see the lines in the road, and I know a lot of students have told me that they've gotten in a bike accident because they can't see if a limb's in the road. So it's just a spot we're really concerned about. And I think you guys, I've talked to the police, especially during our Campus Town Safety Walk, and they were also saying concerns about South 16th and State and that intersection. And then also, they were also saying we've had a lot of vandalism. Myself, this past month, I've gotten my car vandalized 3 times in Campus Town. So I think one of the things that the police were saying could help would be to change from the sodium lights to more like a bright light with LED. So with that, I'll open the floor. Planner, do you want to say something?
Senator Plantenberg, go ahead.
Yes, in addition to those, I took a survey of the Towers residents about the 6A route, and one of the things that came up was the second half of Welch, or the southern half of Welch Avenue, is incredibly dark, and people walking to and from the Towers feel that it's just an unsafe area, because after like the bar area, it's well lit, but when you get into the neighborhood part, it's very dark, and they have to walk that every night to get to and from their classes. And so that's a huge safety area that was brought up, I think, probably by 40 or 50 out of the 100 people that took the survey.
And we can send you the survey as well.
And I also know of a student contacted me that they got hit by a car on that intersection on Mortensen where there's no lighting as well, because the car couldn't see them that night and they were just out for a run.
At this point, I'm going to turn the floor over to Steve, the city manager.
Let me give you an update on that, because Alexander did refer that to the city council. She's your student representative of the city council, and she brought that matter to the council. Council referred it to, actually me, and I met with the vice president for business and finance at Iowa State University, and also the school superintendent just last week to discuss this issue on Mortensen Road. Now, a little bit of background. In the city of Ames, we actually have 3 different types of roadways. We have city roadway, we have what's known as institutional roadways, and believe it or not, we also have state highway that runs through the city of Ames, Highway 69. Institutional roads are not the responsibility of the city of Ames to maintain. And those are designated as roads that have state property on both sides. And if you look at the history of Mortensen Road as it extended, as we continue to develop out to the west, it was originally outside of the city limits, and even when it was brought in the city limits, there's state property on both sides. You can picture the cross-country field, and then you move out to a lot of the farms out there. So technically, that roadway is under the jurisdiction of Iowa State University, and improvements, including lighting and paving, would be the responsibility of the university. But the council did ask us to approach the 3 parties, and the reason we approached the school district is because they have a middle school out there, and there was a verbal arrangement that was made by a prior superintendent about helping the university on some roadway improvements out there. So we got together and talked about it. I do have a cost on that. I think you're looking at lighting not just the path, you're talking about the roadway, not the path, because it's difficult to, if you've been out there, you know it's difficult to light both. But let's say it's the roadway. Am I sure, is that what we're thinking about? The roadway?
Yes.
Okay. The cost out there would range from as low as $50,000 to $60,000 if we have to put in older wooden poles and have exposed wiring, which wouldn't be aesthetically the most pleasing look. Or it could go all the way up to $160,000 for new metal lights and underground wiring connecting it. In approaching the university vice president, he's informed us that they do not have enough money to make those type of investments. They may be willing to look at splitting the cost 3 ways. So we've had that discussion. I haven't gone back to the city council yet because we're still waiting to see what the position will be of the Ames Community School District. I'm not sure they believe it's their responsibility at all to pay a third of it. So I'll have to report back to the city council, and the council will have to decide if we're going to start injecting funds into the institutional roadway. So we'll be reporting back to the council in the next few weeks on that. The council will have to make a decision to what level they want to finance that improvement. That will light the roadway, not the bike path. I want you to understand the bike path's in the back in most of those areas. And then when you look at South 16th Street though and State Avenue, well, we have the same problem at State Avenue. As you move up State Avenue, it's the university on one side, it was a middle school on the other that's about to be redeveloped. So there's a possibility we can start talking about, as that develops, talking about lighting on State Avenue. It's called an off-site improvement that we may be able to negotiate. But that's into the future. And South 16th Street, we know that's a growing area with apartments and everything. It does not have street lighting, and there's nothing budgeted now, so the council will have to take your input. That would be the sole responsibility of the city council, and they'll have to decide. I'm getting actually cost estimates now on the cost of State Avenue and South 16th Street. I don't have that for the city council, but I'll have it available for them in the budget.
Steve, that actually isn't all.
Well, that's true. I misspoke. When you go farther to the west, as you approach University Avenue, you'll notice where the Iowa State University vet bed college starts. Across the street are the fields, and you have state property on both sides. That section becomes an institutional road. So we'd have to deal with that issue with the university again. Can you picture that? You know what I'm saying? All right, so that's right. On that section, it's institutional roads, so there's a lot of dialogue that has to be made about lighting on that area.
You might want to. The other point, the way you can tell what is university, versus what is city is the city has borne the expense of putting 4-lane in, where it's only 2-lane, where the 4-lane converts to 2-lane all the way over to university. That's because the university owns the land on both sides, and they do not, at this point, want to spend the money or have the money to spend for the additional 2 lanes. So the same would apply to lighting. That's their lighting responsibility also.
Now, in terms of Welch Avenue, we're well aware of the issue about lighting. Now, I know the suggestion is we go to LEDs for brighter lights. This is going to be a little bit of a balance here. LEDs are more energy efficient, but quite frankly, in that area, we have some ornamental lights, light poles. And to change out into LEDs, we have to replace those ornamental light poles, the whole light pole. And we're not sure we can find ornamental lights, even if we could, and they're very expensive, that would match the area. What we are doing now, we're changing those out to metal halide. If you notice that, you'll see that happening. As far as energy conservation, it's not as good as LED. They're high pressure sodium zone. So we're not going to improve energy efficiency, but I think you'll see an improvement in whiter light. And that's what we're going to try to do, change it out in that area. Slowly but surely. I don't know if you already noticed the change in the corner of Chamberlain and Welch yet, but that's what we're trying to do. We can then retain the ornamental light fixture, the whole fixture, the whole pole. So we're trying that as an experiment first. Again, we're probably not meeting your needs as far as energy conservation, but we will in terms of safety, we believe. We're also going to have to do a better job of trimming back the trees. A lot of those trees have gotten so large they're covering up the light poles themselves, the lights. So we're going to open that up for more light, better safety. So we're working on that right now.
Just to clarify, the piece of Welch Avenue that you felt there are concerns with through the survey process was not just the Campbellstown district, but also further south all the way up to Towers, true?
Yeah, the part, it seems well enough lit, like until about, I don't know the street names, but about where the bars end. And then going up to the Towers, it's pretty dark over there on that street.
And where the house parties begin? Is that okay.
Yeah, about Knapp Street.
Okay.
We'll have to look at that because that's probably the standard lighting we have throughout whatever neighborhoods. So we'll have to see how we're going to handle that.
Thanks.
I think those are all the issues of lighting.
Yeah, are there any further questions or comments regarding lighting? At any time, if you think of something, we can come back to the topic. But we're going to go ahead and move on to fire code. So Alex, if you'd like to give an overview of this topic as well, I would appreciate it. And you can stay at the table, you can come to the podium, whatever you want to do.
I didn't know I'd be talking so much. Okay, I guess the fire code issue is a little bit more complex. I think the main issue that some concerns that brought up to me have been about developers not being required, a possibility of developers not being required to have to implement fire alarm systems unless it's a new development. And I think there's a lot of concern with students with fire safety issues because, you know, a lot of these old apartments are the ones that are going to be more prone to having a fire issue, I guess. And I'm not sure what else to say. So I guess that's basically the issue with the fire code.
Well, the near future, I think after January 1st, the City Council will be reviewing recommendations on updating all of our codes. International Fire Code, Building Code, Plumbing Code, and at that time we'll have a discussion on that. I think the code as it reads now needs to be tweaked, and I think we're going to make some recommendations that we eliminated temporarily, and we have a discussion on the level of requirement related to these alarms itself. So we need to bring it up to current code, I think, what's currently required, and there's also some exceptions in the new codes that are not available in the old codes, so it's not a mandate in all areas. So we want to bring it bring it current with the rest of the codes. So there'll be discussion on that whole topic probably in early January.
Steve, is that outside of the Chapter 13 conversations?
Yes. The issue with Chapter 13 is it referenced all the codes. We're probably going to take all those references out of the code, but they'll stand alone under their separate codes.
And just so you know what Chapter 13 is, the rental housing code, we've spent years kind of refining and trying to improve the rental housing code, and as we've done that and implemented it, or begun implementation, we're starting to find some issues which aren't perfect and making small changes, but that's why I asked the questions, that's what I'm referring to.
Are there any questions? Oh, Christian, or Senator Johnson, go ahead.
I was just wondering, I know when we were discussing the Chapter 13 part of the code a few weeks ago in GSB, there was some concerns brought up that with the Greek housing exception, if that goes through, which obviously personally I hope that it does, like how exactly the codes would still be applying for Greek housing to make sure that it was still kept safe through other means, even if not included in that main chapter. I guess, is that something you'd be looking at while updating the code, or like?
Understand whether it's whether we remove some of those restrictions from the rental housing code. The Greek facilities probably get the most extensive inspection of any facility off campus, if you will, in the city of Ames. They get extensive fire inspection. And the city council, in the cooperation with the Greek community itself, has worked very hard to convert those facilities. I think we have 95% now that have sprinkler systems in it. So they have the ultimate protection in terms of those facilities as compared to probably maybe many of the many of the buildings on campus, quite frankly, some of your dormitories. So I don't want you to think that if it's not on the rental housing code that they're not getting extensive inspections, and they do have to meet fire safety and other safety rules.
Yeah, I assumed that there was some process, but I just know it had come up in our debate about how exactly that's being worked out, so it's refreshing to hear.
So, you know, a lot of the things we do on council get complicated really quick. And Judy Parks over there is the best you'll find in the business, but even with her keeping us out of trouble, we still find ourselves in situations in which we will implement something for a greater good, and it'll have unintended consequences due to other ordinances that were passed years and years ago, or for many other reasons. So I think this is sort of what we're facing right now with the rental housing code being applied to the Greek housing system, and there's been some miscommunication around that, I think. Yeah, I can speak for myself. I don't think it was the council's intent to have the rental housing code apply to Greek housing, and in fact, I don't even think a lot of the city staff realized that it was written that way until very recently. So when you look at, you know, how should we apply the rental housing code, if at all, to the Greek housing, speaking for myself, you know, the rental housing code covers a whole host of things, some of which is health and safety, the fire, you know, issues, fire alarms, and making sure you have egress windows and all that. And then it also covers other things, like having enough off-street parking and, you know, things of that nature. So I think as a council, when we look at, you know, how to apply that to the Greek houses, I think we want to keep the health and safety issues there. Certainly to address your concern, but there probably are parts of Chapter 13 that don't apply to the Greek housing because they're a unique, you know, entity. They're not an apartment. They're not a single-family dwelling.
I'll chip in with one comment. Part of the aspect of the Greek system is that you have people who, the residents also have managerial responsibility over the house itself, and so it isn't the same relationship as you have with a landlord and a tenant, and so that aspect of it has a lot of self-determination in terms of the quality of the housing that's being offered, and I think we need to be sympathetic to that. So if you're renting to your own members, that's not a landlord-tenant relationship. If you're renting to non-members, then it is a landlord-tenant relationship, and I think one of the things that we're going to probably make a distinction in how Chapter 13 applies is I think we're going to take a dimmer view if you're renting to people who are not your own members, because then it is more naturally a landlord-tenant relationship, and it should be covered under a landlord-tenant relationship regulation. If it's the regular fraternity or sorority relationship where they are running their own house, then I think you have a lot more leeway.
I guess I just wanted to add that we still have a lot to talk about. What Peter's discussing is something that's come up, but we don't know where we'll land on it. And I think there are other complications that, I don't know if I'm 100% of making it impossible to rent rooms to people who aren't members of the fraternity sorority quite yet. I need to learn more. And I think the biggest piece of this is we're hoping to work with staff to figure out if there are pieces of the rental housing code that protect people in a way. And I don't know if you were at the meeting when there was a million people at the council meeting, but there were a lot. And this was the point I made there, is we just want to make sure people are safe, right? So no one has any desire to end Greek housing. That is not what anybody wanted to do. And one of the ideas that I talked to the city manager about that I didn't follow up on with a motion, which sometimes happens, is really we need to bring some students, some Greek students in to talk about the pieces that maybe the fire chief thinks are important, and they can help us decide, is this even reasonable to you, or is this a risk or not? But there's never been any intention of where Greek life works at this university. Never for a second by anyone.
If I may real quick, I just want to thank you for your comments. The one thing I was going to ask is I didn't know if the council had officially taken any action on that. I believe three or 4 weeks ago, this body sent a resolution to the city council members. I don't know if it was delivered properly or what have you may. But we did also make the distinction, as Councilmember Orson was saying, that we believe that they should be member only, I guess, relationships for the Greek housing. So I just wanted to know that.
Recently, we passed a motion we were already exempting the houses from inspections by saying don't inspect them. That's probably been happening for, my guess is 9 months. That's a guess. But so we officially passed in the last 3 weeks, a motion at the end of council comments to officially exempt houses from the rental inspection code. And in the meantime, we're going to try to figure out if there's anything valuable that we can pull out. But right now, the process of exemption is ongoing, officially.
Seeing no further comments about this topic, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next one. The repaving of roads and bike paths. So there's definitely a short explanation on the agenda that was passed around. If there's a specific issue that someone wants to bring up, feel free to do so now. Speaker Williams, I'll pass the microphone on down.
Thank you so much. I think it's pretty self-explanatory on the agenda, but after the safety walk, I was actually interested. I know that in Campus Town, after Campus Town Safety Walk, which is kind of what this vibes with, we write down kind of those areas that we think need to be addressed, and this means, if things aren't paved or lighting or anything like that. So what happens after that process? Do you guys receive this and then kind of address it through that, or what kind of is the process after that? Because I think a lot of this hopefully would get addressed during like a Campus Town Safety Walk or something like that. So if someone would just kind of inform.
Right.
Yeah, when we get the lists of all the different things that are suggested to be fixed, we put them together and compile them and then split them up into the different departments. So the electric department gets a list of all of the burned out streetlights and these streetlights, and the public works department gets a list of all the areas that where there are uneven sidewalks or there are curbs that need to be repainted or things like that. And then we take things that are on private property and forward those to the inspections department. They take a look at whether it warrants having a conversation with the private property owner to fix something that might be out of code compliance. So with issues like an entire sidewalk that might need to be fixed that goes across multiple property lines, we take that and look at whether there are any projects that are going forward in the area that we can look to reconstruct that or communicate with the property owner to get it fixed.
Brian, I don't know, I may just not remember specifically for me, but I don't ever remember getting as a council member a copy of the list from the safety walk. That might be something that just procedurally, in the future, it might be a good idea to give all of us a copy of that, just so that we can stay on top of it as representatives of that area to make sure that those things get done, particularly if they're safety related. We want to work with the city manager to make sure that we're on top of that. Did a copy go out and I just didn't see it? Or?
No, we haven't sent those out to the council members in the past, but that's certainly something we could use.
That might be helpful.
Sure.
The other thing I want to mention is a couple of years ago, and I don't remember how long, maybe 6 or 7, for multiple years there was conversation around the dais, the council table, about bike paths, because we have maintenance funding that we always allocate on a regular basis every year for roadways, but for a long time we did not have maintenance funding allocated in a regular way for bike paths. But with multiple years of bullying, begging, we eventually got that. So I don't know how much it is. I don't know if Steve remembers if it's 100,000 or 120 a year we have allocated for that kind of improvement. So understanding where the problems are would probably only assist. And we do have another process in place where we try to go through and evaluate those bike paths, I think, on an annual basis.
But I encourage anybody, as you use the bike path and you see a problem, just like anybody would call in with potholes on city streets, you call into the city manager's office or you call in the public works department. Now remember, it gets confusing. If you're riding up a bike path by Vinker Golf Course, understand south of the entryway, that's an institutional road. That's the university property, so you'll call us. But we'll pass it on to the university. But don't be afraid as you use those paths to call us and we'll make sure it gets to the right place. And we do have funds that council did appropriate so we can fix crack seals and replace sections of concrete, of asphalt or whatever.
Senator Benzoni? Oh.
So, speaking back to the longboarder who uses bike paths, is there any plans to expand those in the near future? Okay, well, I didn't voice the text, it doesn't matter. So, is there any plans to expand the bike paths in the near future?
Well, not just for longboarders, I don't think, but we do have a series of bike paths that are in various stages of design phase, and currently we're trying to connect the Hunziker Youth Sports Complex, which is on the southeast side of the city, all the way to Ada Hayden. And I'm not sure, is that going to be done within the next 2 years? Flooding kind of delayed that, but within 2 years?
3 years, probably.
3 years. There's another thing, and I'm just going to throw this out because I think it's potentially useful. And this is, I finished up the Run for the Roses, and a guy from Cedar Falls, Peter Komendowski, who turns out to be on the Federal Department of Transportation's Trails Advisory Board, finished about the same time I did, and we started talking, and I mentioned that I was getting frustrated with how long it took these trails to get completed. They're on design. We now have, for example, we now have easements that would take us all the way from North Dakota to the university along Clear Creek. So that goes through Evan McCarthy Lee Park. Now, it probably wouldn't be a bike path, I mean, because there's going to be some sensitivity toward the fact that it's going through woods, but it would logically be like a crushed rock path like what they have in Washington, D.C. along the mall there, for example. So you may not be able to use a bike on it, but you could certainly run on it, jog on it, not longboard on it, and maybe cross-country ski on it. So, and he was saying, you know, there's just not as much money as there used to be. And I said, well, it always struck me that this was 40 Eagle Scout projects end to end. What you needed to do was, I mean, there's a volunteer ethic in this community. What you need to do is to have it organized. And he said, you know, that's exactly what they were thinking of doing with federal monies, was trying to figure out ways of leveraging the now more limited federal monies for things like trails, and we're beginning to start that. Now, while I was walking the door to door when I was campaigning, I mean, there was a kid in the community and regional planning who goes, boy, I want to be on that committee. And so I sent his name on to Steve. I do think that there's a potential here, and if it works, I think this is something that would be a huge boon to the city, right? It would be some kind of a volunteer effort that would leverage all of the human assets that we have in this community, and you would be doing things that other communities simply haven't done because they haven't been thinking about how to use volunteer efforts to meet that. So I do think that there's that potential. We do have these things on design, but it's slow enough that we actually have to repair some of the old stuff while we're working on the new stuff. I did want to mention one thing about lighting. I didn't know if it was going to go in that direction or not, but about a year ago, the chief of police wanted to put in more cameras in Campus Town. I believe the government of the student body voted to say they were in favor of that, and I didn't convince all my colleagues on city council that we wanted to go in that direction, but when they tipped over 2 cars in the last Visha festivities, I think that was a sacrifice to the gods or something. I think that there was probably greater sentiment that maybe we wanted to go in that direction. And if you've had your car violated 3 times, then either somebody hates you or we ought to put up a camera. So I do think we ought to revisit that. And I'm sure they don't hate you because you're so, I mean, you're just lovable. I mean,
I noticed one of your questions about the intermodal path near the intermodal facility. Did you read that one? I was kind of interested in that question also. So I called Sherry Kyrus this morning. She's the director of SciRide. And that new path from intermodal out west towards State Street was actually part of our Tiger grant that we just completed. And I was wondering too why we have 2 areas where there's gravel. In talking to you, this is what you informed me of, that when we were planning with the university, that path crosses the competitive cross-country track, for cross-country path. And in order for them to maintain eligibility for NCAA events, we had to make sure that that section was gravel. So that's why it's there. You might think that's strange, but that's why we did it.
Are there any further comments or questions about this topic? Oh, Senator Breitbarth.
Yeah, to go back about the cameras on Campus Town, I was just wondering if Keeneland Systems maybe had any influence on that, if they were thinking about, you know, maybe as far as with the, you know, the revamp of all the businesses down there, if there'd be some more, you know, better security as far as their businesses go, and maybe, you know, as far as total coverage of the road itself, and maybe that would be something to look into, I guess. I don't know.
Individual firms have the right to put cameras on their own property, and there are cameras in Campus Town. I think, for example, we solved one case where there was a kid on a skateboard, not a longboard, who got hit by a car, and they happened to be able to catch the perpetrator through cameras that were on that Quick Trip, I believe. So there are cameras in Campus Town, but not on public area. So Kingland could legally put cameras on their own businesses.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention on the longboarding, skateboarding, other modes of transportation. A couple of months ago, the council asked us to look into ways that we could help reduce the incidence of bike on car, bike on pedestrian collisions in campus town. So we have a task force that's been that has had its first meeting. That's going to have another meeting here fairly soon, and I've asked the GSB president to assign someone to represent GSB in that task force. So if you have ideas or comments or suggestions, feel free to work through that person to get those to the task force. Hopefully we'll have a couple of proposals to bring back to the city council here in a couple of months.
Okay, are there any further comments or questions about this topic? With that, we'll go ahead and before we move on to our next topic, we had someone join us a little late, and so I'll have him introduce himself.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be here. My name is Jeremy Davis. I represent Ward 3 on the Ames City Council. Sorry I was late getting here tonight. I actually had a guest lecture that I was doing over with the affairs class tonight, and so that was from 6 to just after 7, and with some questions, it took me a little while to get out of there to get over here. So, but looking forward to hearing the discussion tonight, and thanks again for hosting us. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm happy you were late with good reason. Moving on, we'll go ahead and talk about rental housing concerns. So, Alex, I know that you've been working on this a little bit, so if you want to, is she back there?
Alex stepped out for a minute.
Okay. What? You want to? Okay, Speaker Williams is going to give an overview of this one.
I'm not as qualified as Alex to give an overview, but she kind of talked to me about this a little bit, just landlord-tenant relations. This is something, I'm the president of the Campus Town Student Association, and so this is something that she brought to us. There's also other Campus Town senators around here as well, and so this is something that we were discussing, kind of making sure that, I know a lot of people on Stanton, there were a few concerns about the kind of the facade of the houses and who is accountable for that, and making sure that students especially know their rights as tenants and how that kind of can all vibe together. This is something that we've been looking at for a while and how we could best kind of get the accountability out. Maybe we were thinking like packets or anything like that. And I know, so if some of the council members, oh, Alex is back too, she did talk about this too, but.
I'm sorry, can you brief me what you wanted?
This is for the landlord-tenant relations and kind of, yeah.
I don't know if Senator Kearns is here.
He's right there.
Yeah, okay, so, this has been something we've been talking about, so I guess the biggest issue, a lot of students have, complained about issues and not feeling like they have a mechanism of, dealing with issues with their landlord. So something we were looking at would be, I know a few years back, I think in 2008, there was an effort to try to do this landlord-tenant liaison. I'm not sure really what had happened with that, but I think it's something we wanted to bring back again because the student population is increasing and there's more issues. So I think Senator Kearns had talked about forming a committee to try to see maybe about forming some type of rental housing authority. So I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, so we started those conversations within the University Affairs Committee, just briefly, just kind of do some backgrounding on it. We still need to do some research on the 2008 project with some people who were here at the time. So we are looking into it, nothing substantial yet, but we'll be looking into that over the next couple months here.
actually one of Alex's predecessors, Tor Finseth, came back to campus this fall. I think he's in a graduate program in aerospace. And Tor was working on this when he was an undergraduate here, and I think it got very close to being done. They have something like this at the University of Iowa. It's funded primarily, I think, by advertising by realtors, landlords at the University of Iowa, and Iowa State was somewhat uncomfortable with that. And they also wanted to have the, if this was sort of going to be both a combination of some kind of a web page interface with landlords, it would also have an office that would presumably be staffed by students who would serve as a go-between. For example, if you had students who wanted to appeal a damage deposit, that you would have a body that would be mutually acceptable to landlords and students, where you would have a non-judiciary intervention where you could actually mediate these disputes at low cost, and I think that would be very good. Almost all Iowa State undergraduates at some point move off campus, even if they start on campus, and I do think that for many of them this will be the first big contract that they've ever actually had to sign, and so I do think there's also a role for some kind of education related to that. My understanding was it got very close to being done and the semester ended, and then the next GSB didn't take it up, and so it just sort of died. But I think most of the legwork has been done, and I would guess that Tom Hill and the Student Affairs Office would be able to very quickly get you to where things were at that time and potentially go forward from that. I do think it would be a very useful thing, and I think the University of Iowa has been very happy with their student, their tenant landlord liaison office.
Senator Bauer.
My comments are more in regards to bullet point 4, so I guess we could finish discussion on this if there's any.
Senator Benzoni.
I didn't realize that that Tor Finseth was the one working on this, and so for any students here, I do have a fairly good working relationship with Tor, so I can start a discussion with him regarding that. Also, I do think it is an area of very great concern, being as no rental agency except for Haverkamp has a rating above 2.2 stars on Google out of 5, which is pretty bad. And I know I personally got put out of about half of my deposit with a company which I'm no longer a big fan of.
One resource I might mention that you have available to you right now that I know a lot of students aren't even aware of, though if you could do a little better job of getting that out. You have 2 actual licensed attorneys who are with Student Legal Services here. We get those calls at the city, and we constantly refer people to those as resources, and they can be invaluable to you in dealing with the problems even now. And also, I mentioned our inspection department. When you have issues, especially with the infrastructure in the home, call them, because they are more than happy to come out. And there may be compliance issues, and that's something the city does deal with.
I guess with that also about the inspections department, I know to my knowledge there's only 2 inspectors. Is that true?
That's correct.
So I think a lot of them are overwhelmed per se. I mean, I think it would be nice if we could look into adding another inspector, especially since housing is becoming such an issue and there's more students moving into Ames. So, because I know I have friends who have complained about like their window wouldn't shut, but they called the inspector, but the inspector per se was really busy or had other things on the issue. So like, you know, when a student, you know, it's like 20 degrees outside and they can't get to that for a few weeks, it becomes kind of an issue. So.
Senator Boss.
Yeah,
first question I got is to Hillary. Are we going through the bullet points on, or are we moving past to the inspection, or are they all free reign topics?
I think at this point we can go ahead and have a free reign conversation within those bullet points about rental housing.
Okay, sure. I guess the first thing I will add, I am one of the Student Affairs Commissioner for the Ames City Council, so hi guys. The second thing, one of my things and sort of reason why I wanted to be on the Student Affairs Commission was actually the bullet point number 2, or just number 2 in rental housing concerns. So I guess I'll start with the second bullet point on inspections. We've been going through that. And if anyone can answer it, if they can't, that's fine. If anyone can just give me the person to refer to, is the period of inspections, when those occur, and then what they feel the inspector, if it's more of a rush process or if it's actually a rather thorough process.
Your question is what is
the period that the inspector inspects a house, a rental house off campus, I guess is the question I would have.
Each one has their own date of issuance of their letter of certificate of appropriateness. And then we have a sliding time frame. If we inspect and we find no violations, they're given a longer time frame when we have a re-inspection. If we find a lot of violations, we may come back the next year.
Okay.
It could go out to 3 years or 4 years, actually.
Okay. Yeah,
so it varies on their compliance, their history of compliance.
Okay. I find that interesting. Okay. The house that I had lived in last year, I live in an apartment now over on not University West, but the west part of Ames. And but the house I lived in on State, I thought was actually, I knew was out of code in a lot of places. It didn't have banners down the steps. There was no door on the restroom. There was a public restroom for all the rooms in the basement. The lock on the side didn't work. I know that's part of rental. I've gone through this a few times with my landlord, but actually in fear that it would cut into my deposit, I didn't pursue it by contacting the city. And that's why I was just wondering why, or not, excuse me, why, but what the time frame was. And I'm guessing a lot of places probably can get out of compliance within those years. You know, college kids can be rather abusive to renters' property, and in that time they can be out of compliance. And so that was just an issue of mine. I'll stop on my topic of inspections. I'll leave it open for other people to speak.
Well, let me help you on this.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing. We can inspect every year. We can inspect every 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we leave, a violation can occur.
Right.
So we need your help as tenants. If you believe there's a violation, you can call in and we respond to complaints.
Right. No, I had not chosen to do that because, like I said, I didn't want to upset the landlord. It's more of a closer landlord-tenant relationship, and I think that's something students do face, I guess, when they're living off campus.
Do you think there's a solution to that? I'm talking just here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm a little. Do you think there's a solution to that? Because I'm hearing pamphlets. I think, Gabby, I think you said pamphlets, right? Like education. Right?
Yeah, well, yeah, so that was one of the things. I mean, obviously you don't want to spend a lot of money on paper. That's not really what I meant by that, but just some sort of packet for, yeah, education is kind of where that was going. But.
Well, yes. What I remember from that experience is you're very immersed in your day-to-day life. You're busy. And at the time when you might be able to make these choices, that it looks like it's going to take you months and money and expertise you don't have, so you don't bother. So what Steve wants from you is to be able to let him know, and that's what I want too. But I know realistically that's probably not happening as much as in a good way it would. So if there's some other options that you can come up with to help, I've always felt students are obviously, they're traditionally oftentimes younger and oftentimes less experienced with negotiations and other skills that they will acquire as they grow older. They're oftentimes smarter too, but that doesn't help with the experience piece, always. And I felt it was frustrating as a student to not have that expertise available. I went to there was a legal aid option at the university at the time. But I mean, just sitting down there for 15 minutes is overwhelming. You're like, man, I don't want this to be, oh, you got to go to court to get my $100 back. I have better things to do than go to court to get my $100 back. So I think the problem is complex, but I, as a council member, would love to try to address it in a legal, fair way. And so if there are ideas that you have that you could, or even the request of trying to look at other communities, you could send us a letter, we could refer it to Judy, and maybe there are communities who try to address this in an effective way that we don't even know about right now. Like, this is one of my greatest frustrations, is the unfairness of the lack of experience being exploited by those with more experience. And it's not even always intentional, but sometimes it is. So I would be very supportive of trying to move something to help.
Yeah, thanks. I feel a lot of times in landlord-tenant relationships, it's almost this paternal. You know, the landlord was very surprised when I went through the lease and said, no, this is this line here. If I'm going to sign this document, we're not going to keep this in here. They eventually agreed to it, but they were very surprised. They said, are you going to law school or something? What's up here? But yeah, I completely agree with the statement you had made. And maybe there is a way to look at other communities to find a solution to that.
We'd love to be a partner.
One of the things I had, or the comment I want to make is more tangential on this point, so take for what you may. Again, I've lived in Ames during the summer, and it's pretty nice and quiet, as I'm sure you can imagine, as compared to during the school year. And with a lot that's happened over the past year, I'm interested to see maybe a little comment from each of the council members, the direction that you see the city of Ames or the future development of the city of Ames, especially talking about, we mentioned earlier how most students do live off campus at some point during their career. The university is looking to grow or is growing. How does Ames accommodate the growth of the university, and how do you overall just see Ames moving forward in the future development throughout the community?
I'll take a first stab at that, and I'll let Jamie chime in. So it's interesting because what we hear from non-students is, what is up with all these apartments? Are you serious? More apartments being built? We don't need any more apartments, you know? I mean, obviously, if you look at the numbers, if you do your research, enrollment's at an all-time high. Apartments across Ames are at like 95+% capacity, so there is a need, right? And traditionally, the market will see when there's a need, and somebody will make an investment, and you know, that'll take care of itself. So to answer your question, I think we definitely are going to see more apartments being built. Steve mentioned the old middle school property on State Street is hoping to be redeveloped for student housing. So you'll definitely see more of that, probably quite a bit more of that. The interesting balance that we need to try to strike as a city, less the city council, more of a community, is how do we provide the necessary housing for enrollment at Iowa State while trying to keep the enrollment fluctuations to a minimum, right? A lot of that's out of our control, but a big concern I think that the city council has, at least I do, is enrollment goes at an all-time high this fall at Iowa State, and there's a whole bunch of apartments that are built, maybe too many, and then something happens in the economy or with the world, and enrollment starts to drop, you know, quite a bit, which happens, and then we have a whole bunch of unfilled apartments, you know, and then it's usually not the new apartments that go unfilled, it's usually those older apartments in our older areas of town, you know, the single family houses that are being used as apartments that are unfilled, and then, you know, addressing the other concerns about those are often usually the ones that you have more of the safety violations. So it's interesting. I think you'll see more apartments, but it's kind of this delicate balance of trying to grow without growing too quickly.
I would echo a lot of the things that Tom said, that you as the governing body of the students at Iowa State have a very focused mission, and we obviously appreciate hearing your points of view and sharing ours, because we dovetail. You're citizens of Ames, just like the people that live in some of our family residential areas of town. But as Tom said, they have different viewpoints on things related to student rental and student apartments and so forth. And we have to also be cognizant of their views. We have zoning laws that try to protect. We have neighborhoods. We create neighborhood groups to try to deal with some of their concerns, the same way we're trying to deal with some of your concerns tonight. What we also are dealing with is a university that is growing at a much faster pace than what the rest of the city is. Last year, I remember at this very event, the primary topic of discussion was, what can we do to grow businesses to provide jobs for you when you graduate? Because a lot of people were starting to say, man, if I could live in Ames after I graduate from Iowa State, that would really be nice. That personally is exactly what I did. Haven't heard that tonight, don't see it on the agenda, but we need to open up more lands in Ames for growth in businesses that can employ new students coming out. We need to open up lands for all types of housing, whether it be apartments, but if with the apartments, they need to be in places that are appropriate for the use that is being contemplated, and not thrusting a big apartment building into a single-family housing area. So there's a lot of things that we have to play with, but we need more low and moderate income housing stock. We underserve that area of the community. All of these are areas that the council will be working on, but it's an issue. It's a very good question.
Yeah, I agree with what Jamie brought up and in his comments there. The other thing to keep in mind too, that has sort of caused or brought the attention of the lack of housing options is because of the rate of growth of Iowa State. If you look at what the enrollment numbers were projected to be looking back 10 years ago, based on what they were projected to be right now, would be about in the upper 20s, quite honestly, around 30,000. The enrollment just from last year to this year skyrocketed, more so than what everybody had originally anticipated through the admissions process. As a result of that, you've got a university that's growing faster than it was originally anticipated. It's trying to find housing options for its students. You've got students that are coming to the university that want to live off campus, and they're trying to find housing options. And you have individuals who are landlords, developers that are trying to meet those needs, but this enrollment increase happened faster than what anybody had ever expected it to. And so that's a unique dynamic that we're faced with as a challenge as a community to look at. And it's not something that one simple answer can address, quite honestly. And like Tom said too, there is the concern is that from the developer's perspective too, is that what happens if we reach the maximum level and there is an event that occurs and enrollment does drop? You know, what is going to be the outcome at that point? My hope would be is that if we do this right and we open up the lands for new housing options, new jobs to be created, new businesses to come to town, or existing businesses to expand, the additional housing options will be utilized by those businesses, by graduates that are choosing to stay in Ames, and by having options that we can have that right balance. But ultimately, it's going to be looking at seeing where the career options are going to be at, having entities here that really have a desire to be here in Ames, recruit students out of Iowa State that are in core focused areas that are really meeting the needs of what they're wanting. You know, the STEM fields are, quite frankly, one of the highest growing fields for careers. And we here in Ames have been really strongly focused on bringing careers that meet those criteria. And I think the more we do that, help from you guys as students, especially in the GSB leadership, that can really promote and show the desire that there are students that want to be here in Ames and work in Ames, those type of jobs will come here, because if you can show that there's the need and we have the workforce that's available for those type of positions, people will want to come here to bring basically their companies for job opportunities. So I think there's a lot of great options. It just really, there's not one simple answer, but it's going to take a collaborative and a kind of a complex approach to look at it.
Do you have any comments? Do you want to?
I'll chime in with one additional comment, and that is that as more apartments get built, the older properties that are likely to start losing market share on the rental market are previously owner-occupied houses that were converted into rentals. And some of those are going to find it more difficult to attract tenants. And we do have a program that tries to make it at least a little bit less expensive for someone to purchase one of those and try to convert it back into owner-occupied housing. And that hasn't been utilized as much, in part because the rapid growth of the university meant that they were still able to find tenants. But I do suspect that eventually we'll start finding some of these properties that are on like the 3/4 size lots in older parts of town are going to start being released back into the market, and you're going to have some people who'd like to convert them back into owner-occupied housing. And I think there are a few things that we can do. One is to make it a little bit less burdensome to repair those houses. We currently have restrictions that anticipate that everybody's building new houses, and in older parts of town, some of those restrictions don't make any sense. So for example, in our house on Marston Avenue, our garage was falling into disrepair, and we would not be able to replace that garage under current zoning restrictions. And that's why you see a lot of these garages in people's backyards. That's how they were able to retrofit a new garage into their property, because they were not allowed to just replace the garage that was there before. I think we have to look into that and make it less expensive for people to replace the housing stock that's already there, and I think that's one of the things we can do. But I do think that the other thing we can do is to anticipate that some of this is going to be occurring, and to have programs in place that move some of these houses that went from owner-occupied into rentals back into owner-occupied, and I think that way we avoid, what's happened in some towns like Manhattan, Kansas, where you start seeing these eightplexes in the middle of residential areas and tearing down, 70-year-old houses. And that was, in fact, a mistake that they made on zoning that allowed a whole bunch of neighborhoods to get, for all intents and purposes, converted from completely owner-occupied to completely rental, but not very good rental, because they had restrictions on the size of the rental properties that they were able to put in place.
I think as the human beings, as we have more and more human beings, we're going to need more and more spaces for them. And it's from a mix. The things, and there's not a lot that I've heard that I disagree with. We need new lands to build new homes. We need to be able to redevelop old homes. We need jobs so that people can come and live in our community and contribute to the overall market share in the market shed and create more opportunities to make it a more vibrant community. One of the things I think has been left out is also the world is changing, and the more efficiently and sustainably we can do all these things, the better your great-great-grandkids are going to have it. And I don't hear a lot of that conversation enough in this community. We talk a lot about growth and jobs and dollars, and it's not that we don't think about those things. I just don't think it is given the attention it deserves. And when it comes right down to it, 4 generations from now, I don't know how excited everyone's going to be to have 5-bedroom homes. I don't know what the issues that will face us will be, but I want to try to make sure we're building this community in a progressive way that looks ahead beyond this next fiscal quarter when making choices. One of the ways we've tried to do that is a land use policy plan. It's this idea of building out a big infrastructure plan to make sure you have some idea of where you might want a fire station, where you might want a 4-lane road, where you might want a 2-lane road. And it's not perfect, and it sometimes needs to be changed. But one of the great things that has come out of it is the intensification of campus town. It came from people, neighborhoods who were concerned that their lifestyle was changing. So I don't know if you guys know this, but you are not going to do exactly the same things 30 years from now that you do right now. Tonight at midnight is going to be different for you 30 years from now, I promise you. And so those lifestyles sometimes they don't fit perfectly. But in the community,
Probably going to be dead.
It's, I just want to take a moment to pause for Peter's passing. But what we did was we brought those neighbors together and we gave them a seat at the table to talk about this land use policy plan. They said, hey, we want to have students living in this area. That's why we chose to live here, but we also needed to kind of work with what we want in our lives. So what you see in Campus Town are incentives to intensify the area, bring more people to the area, hopefully providing some more retail options for you guys. So it's not just Subway all the time. I'm just kidding. I'm already over it. And it's more sustainable, it's more efficient. Those human beings are in a smaller amount of space. It takes less energy to feed and house and get them to where they need to be. I mean, the site-wide system alone is one of the coolest things in the state of Iowa. And its progressive means to change the way we move people to the things they need. And yes, we need houses, and we need jobs, we need money, but those are the things that I'm passionate about. And that's where I want to see Ames guiding itself in the next 20 years.
Would anyone else from the city like to have any input on this topic and Kyrie's question, Senator Creighton's question? Okay, Senator Voss, do you have another question?
Yeah, I do have a question regarding, I don't know if you getting into this conversation. It started with first city councilman speaking about zoning laws, and the question I have, and of course, once again, whoever wants to answer it, is there are some areas that are closer to campus that are still considered low density residential areas, relating to, I believe it's 3 people unrelated is considered a family unit, if I'm not mistaken, in low residential, but they also border or superimpose or overlapping is university impacted areas. And my question was, in some of those places where someone would be renting a house and there's 4 bedrooms, but they can only have 3 people in the house, it technically seems silly, but I do see the reason for it. Some family houses don't want to have a college house next to them. That's one of the reasons for zoning laws. But is there a way for landlords to apply for a spot zoning or something that would allow them to have more than 3 unrelated people in a house to rent to, or is that not something the city usually does?
I'll answer that. Spot zoning by itself, that concept, is frowned upon in the legal world. What we try to do is make laws that have general applicability in larger areas. Right now, we do not have a mechanism that would allow for the situation you have explained, where it's a 4-bedroom house and the limitation is 3 unrelated occupants. We chose that definition, and it has been in place for quite a number of years. We've had to defend it all the way to the Iowa Supreme Court. That doesn't mean that it's a perfect definition, and there may not be ways that we can improve upon that, particularly for the kind of situations you raise. Just at the current time, though, it is a matter of both our rental housing code and our zoning code, and there isn't a specific relief valve that would allow someone to go outside of those strictures.
Well, now that I have you,
Yes.
What does university impacted area zoning, what does that mean then? I mean, what's the purpose and function, I guess?
Sure. Let me try and explain it in a way you can understand. There's a base zone, the zone that applies, which is low density residential, and then we would put an overlay zone on top of that for certain areas in order to have specific features that we want to have retained for that university area that may be as a result of the kinds of housing that are there. For example, we may have some enhanced parking requirements there because we know that there are going to be more rentals scattered within that. And also, we try and retain the character of the area. I'm thinking of the Greek community. We have that as part of our overlay area because we want to retain that wonderful character that the Greek neighborhoods have. And so it's just a way to have some additional protections to maintain a specific character of the area, and we do it by way of zoning because we can accomplish it in a large area. Does that help?
Well, that was a great answer, actually.
Thank you.
I guess I just wanted to address the philosophy a little bit, just so you know. You're right, it is silly, right? If you have 16 bedrooms, why aren't there 16 people there, right? Or if there's 4, why aren't there 4? And a lot of what we do is mostly what Judy does. And what Judy does is tries to make the world a certain way through laws, zoning laws. And I guess I would just like you to think about 6 houses. And if in the 6 houses there are 6 families, traditionally that means there may be young people and 2 primary adults who have independent lives. So those primary adults will have probably a vehicle apiece. They'll come and go as they wish. Now, and so that's a total of 12 people in those 6 houses that are primary adults, okay, living independent lives. If you take that and you make it 4 per, it becomes 24, right? So you get a lot more
Vehicles.
Of density. And so we usually zone by density. And that piece is what changes. It isn't really that it's the lifestyle. It's the intensity of how many independent adults are living on a street. So my street, for instance, has 1, 2, 3, 4 duplexes. Each of those duplexes has 3 bedrooms on each side. And on the street, for instance, near those duplexes, there are a lot more cars there, right? There's a lot more comings and goings because they're independent adults. They're living their own lives. And so it kind of shifts a low-density residential environment to a medium-density residential environment. And it's trying to balance those needs. That is the reason. It isn't just beer drinking or fun, right? Like I'm for both. And like our neighbors do this drunk ball thing. They're the NCAAs, and my kids read it, and it's a little weird. But it's still where I choose to live. But if there were so many more of either them or me, it would really change the dynamic of that neighborhood. And so I think just so you understand where we're coming from, it's trying to balance those lifestyles.
No, I actually hadn't, thought of that different perspective, and I do appreciate that.
Just to add on to Matthew's perspective, which I think he was right on target when he suggested all of you think what it might be when 30 years from now when you're maybe a person living in one of those neighborhoods with a family and so forth. We really in Ames try to listen to the concerns of the neighbors, and taking Matthew's scenario just a little bit further, in these owner-occupied homes, it's a neighborhood that they bought into with an underlying zoning that they had confidence would stay in place. It takes an awful lot for the city council to change a zoning because values of those properties were somewhat determined based on the underlying zoning. And when somebody buys a house and invests $150,000, $160,000 even in an older neighborhood, they want to make sure that when they're there, they enjoy the time and they're getting what they purchased, but when they go to sell it, they want to make sure that they didn't lose value. And quite frankly, student housing in areas that have traditionally been all owner-occupied can lower values in neighborhoods. And so that's why a lot of these neighborhood groups really fight these occupancy rules and so forth. And I just ask you to think of it from their point of view.
Is there any further discussion on rental housing concerns? Senator Voss.
I think I've used more of my speaking privileges, but actually I believe the 3rd bullet point was added because of comments I had made last week. I can't read what Alex wrote.
High heating bills due to insufficient insulation and out-of-date furnaces. Is that it?
Yeah. I mean, that's not necessarily the main. I mean, it's a big concern to students with the larger bills with gas. But from what I'd seen, friends, the houses I've been to, and the house I had lived in previously, I do realize positions that some landlords might be in, is that a lot of college students might not feel invested, in the community or in the house that they're renting, and so they're very rough with the property, and so there's no best interest for the landlord to invest into the property as much as they would want to. And one of the things I had seen is a lot of very outdated furnaces, especially one of my houses, a 76 Tappan. Actually, I had to fix it a couple times during the winter. And the ductwork, some of them were blocked. And I know in city code, each room has to get up to about 68 degrees. And I know there's a way they measure that to see that it's that way. I don't know if they test that in the summertime, but from what I've seen different with cities, but there's some ordinance, if you are a renter, you have to have a furnace that has a certain AFU or AFUE percentage. And I know the furnace I had was about a 65%, so that means 35% of the natural gas that was burning in that furnace was going right out the pipe. And with no insulation in the house and single pane windows, the furnace has to run quite a bit. And you get a 3-person house that would run a bill up to $210 in a month, and you're keeping the furnace at 60 degrees, risking freezing the pipes in the wintertime, just so you can make to pay the bills. And as I heard that the city of Ames will be moving towards, or hopefully towards, natural gas in their electricity, I know that there'll be a large consumption of natural gas, and so there might be a look to reduce the consumption among the community as well. And I think housing uses quite a bit of natural gas in the wintertime. And so I guess the suggestion is, as you guys are going through your housing codes, is maybe think about, not necessarily compelling landlords, but a way to incentivize landlords, if they're going to rent, to have furnaces that maybe, I guess when you buy furnaces now in Iowa, I think it's 90% AFUE, but maybe if they have a house that's below 80%, they must have to replace the furnace in a certain amount of time. That was just a suggestion I was going to make in the Student Affairs Commission if we were going to have one this semester. So I guess I'll leave that open if anyone wants to comment on that.
Yeah, I'll make a couple comments there,
Sure.
just as a sort of a side note to what you're discussing. First of all, some of it comes down to education, quite honestly, what you brought up as an issue regarding high heating bills. And in terms of incentive, you're going to probably get the gist of where I'm coming from, what I'm going to say. As individuals who are looking to rent a property, you guys have the right to request what the previous 12 months billing is for both electric and gas. And that's something that's an education piece that as student renters that people just need to be aware of. And quite frankly, by getting that information, you can see what your projected heating bill will be for the next approximately 12 months, provided that either natural gas or electrical rates stay approximately the same. I guess I would say that if you're looking at a particular house or an apartment that has what you deem to be an unreasonably high rate, you have a choice. You can either accept that projected rate, or you can look for an alternative place. And in doing that, if enough people determine that an individual's entity, a house or an apartment, has an unreasonably high rate for what they consider to be high, that's going to send a pretty loud and clear message to the landlord. And I think you could probably see a furnace or enhancements made to the property by the landlord based on the fact that they're unable to rent their facility because the bills are unreasonably high for several renters. So I would encourage, from an educational perspective, that students just need to be made more aware that they have those rights to get that kind of information. And that's one of the first ways to look at this. Secondly, in terms of direct incentivizing, I think I would have some challenges with that because the one thing, especially when you're dealing with a rental house, it could be a rental house 1 year, and let's say that I owned a rental house and it was below that 80 threshold that you brought up, and I was to get an incentive out of the city to replace it with a high efficiency furnace, and that incentive allowed me to replace it. So I got an incentive to replace the furnace, and then once I got that furnace in there, I then put a for sale sign on that house, sold it with a high efficiency furnace to a single family homeowner, thus what benefit did that incentive really get us? So I think there's a lot of things that need to be looked at when talking about direct incentives from the city's perspective from that, what you bring up. But I think looking at it from an educational perspective where you look at what the rates are, I think that can send a message to the landlord. And if they're having a vacancy, they're gonna address their need to make sure they're no longer having a vacancy to make money.
There are a couple programs in place right now. One of them is the City of Ames does an energy efficiency program. So it's demand side management. We have a direct financial interest in those incentives because we have to build more capacity if we all use more electricity. So if I can make everyone use LEDs at their house, and then we can save on $1 million for a megawatt of new generation. So we have a direct incentive, but we have a direct interest, financial interest in helping people become more efficient in terms of electricity. That direct relationship does not exist for gas for us because we, as of yet, don't sell gas, right? So now, not that we might get a pipe in here sometime and be able to sell some gas, but I doubt that's going to happen. But we are going to get a pipe in here. The other piece, though, is Alliant does, right? Alliant Energy offers incentives for the same reason, that if they can make you more efficient, they can decrease their capital investments so they don't have to bring more and more infrastructure available to bring more and more gas. So they have these incentives as well. The last piece is we allow, or we provide, and what I don't know, I was going to ask Steve, is we provide home energy audits. So in your domicile, right, where you're renting, you can call the city, and my understanding is, I think it works for rental. Is that true, Steve? Can you explain a little bit how it works and how they can take advantage of it and how they may be able to use that information with their landlord?
Well, all they have to do is call the energy guy, call our electric services department, and they'll set you up with a home energy audit, work you through that, and give you some suggestions how you improve the insulation. Now, again, you maybe not go, you have to get the homeowner's approvals, but you're probably asking how that happens. So this is all volunteer from that standpoint. So we make you aware of, gives you the knowledge of what needs to be done. The homeowner has to decide whether they're going to follow through.
I guess the last thing I'd say is, I think Jeremy's kind of saying, let's let the market work. I don't trust the market as much as Jeremy does. So I think there are some things, some ways, but I always want to limit it as much as possible. So if the home energy audit with some education of landlords might help, I would prefer that to then just choose buying furnaces for landlords.
Just to piggyback though, going back all the way back to the safety side and the inspection side, if you've got a furnace that's that old in a rental property, when the rental inspection is done, they're going to look at that specifically, and if it looks like there's any problem at all, they're going to require that it be inspected by a licensed contractor in order to determine its safety issue. So regardless of the efficiencies of the unit, that is something that you should, if you have concerns, make sure from a safety side standpoint to call the city and make sure the inspection is current.
Yeah, I was going to mention, all rental inspections include tests for whether or not the furnace is emitting carbon monoxide, and also all apartments are supposed to have a carbon monoxide monitor, and that's what the inspection is primarily concerned about, is the safety of those units. And every year in the winter there's going to be incidents around the country where people are killed because they have a furnace that isn't burning efficiently, and that is what they do test.
Yeah, I won't be too combative as I usually am on GSB, but I will mention there is a difference between safety and efficiency. Someone can be driving safe in a Suburban and get 15 miles per gallon, and be just as safe in a Honda Civic and get 30 miles per gallon. And I guess a direct response is I did call the gas company, and they had informed me that it was high gas price. In fact, we had to put a deposit down. But like the comment over here is the market would have decided then that we wouldn't have gotten a house. And as we've discussed in the fourth bullet point, the lack of housing options at that time, it was a crunch to get a house. where we could get enough people, agreed to live in that house, to split the bills. And so we decided to go with the house. And I hope I wasn't misquoted. I meant incentivize. I was trying to be delicate with that. I know in place there's already measures the city can fine landlords who are out of compliance. And I didn't mention that. I don't really care about or care for subsidizing programs. I think there's certain things that should be subsidized, but I was more so lean on the fining landlords who do not comply with the certain measures. So with that, I'll leave that go. But thanks.
Well, here, Nathan, I'll help you out a little bit, but I was actually going to kind of bring up what you were saying. I completely respect that we should put ourselves in other people's shoes, as we'll have families one day and it's a completely different lifestyle. But I'll ask you to put yourselves in our shoes in this instance and say the exact same thing when you have a lot of students that may be inexperienced and you're going into a housing market. I live in Campus Town, which if you don't take an apartment, someone else is going to fill it. And you don't have that market sway to kind of say, oh, everyone's going to leave this out, because there might be people that definitely say, well, I'm going to take this, it's close to campus, I'll just deal with the high prices, even if that's not something that probably should be done and should be kind of protected for students too. So it's an education piece, but it's also we kind of need to do this because we want to live somewhere and everyone else is doing it at the same time and taking these places up. And so that part of it too, and kind of addressing that education for you guys and for the landlords and making sure they are kind of adhering to their clientele too is a big issue, a part of all of this, and something that we can probably talk about later too. But
Senator Walsh. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I actually probably should ask this question a few minutes ago, but we were talking about how, like with the 4-bedroom houses, it's the 3 people that can live there. And I heard a couple different council members talk about the different reasons, and you kind of said that you didn't think it was so much about lifestyle that people are frustrated with, and you also said that it was about, population density. And then I heard also that with rental housing in certain areas, it can drive down your market value of the house and things like that. And I actually have some friends who are in a situation like that, a father actually bought the house. And basically 2 of his sons went to Iowa State, and they've had it for about 5 or 6 years. And they've even had people in the neighborhood say, hey, when you guys are done with it, like, hey, we'll help you sell it type of thing. So I'm asking more of an opinion question. Is what do you think that's about? Is that about lifestyle? Is that about what they're worried about their property values being? I mean, what do you think their biggest concern is there?
I'm not sure I understand. There are parents who buy houses for their kids. One of my high school classmates has 3 kids, and he's paying out-of-state tuition and bought a house because it was cheaper, and he thought that was a reasonable investment. As it turns out, his daughter got a job at Bangor Ingelheim, and so she's here for the duration. There's nothing illegal with that. I mean, you can have as big a family as you want, and if you want, 4 unrelated people in a house, just have 2 of them get married. It seems like we've made that a lot easier in Iowa recently. So.
Just to clarify, I think your question is why are the neighbors asking if they might be made aware so they might be able to purchase the house? Is that true?
Yeah, I just kind of brought it up just more along the lines, has that been an issue? I mean, what has been the main thing that people are bringing up as far as with this sort of idea?
I think so in my neighborhood, I look around, and I live on Friley Road, so it's right next to the stadium, so I like that energy, I enjoy it, I think it's fun, we go to football games, etc. It gets busy, right? And I don't mind that, you can't park on the street, that's the way it goes 7 days to 6 days a year. But we have duplexes, and I think about buying those, and mainly it's so I can control the environment. So what should be happening is every landlord should be acting like this rental property is next to them. That's how a moral landlord would behave, okay? Now, I don't know if everyone's been made aware, but sometimes people make bad choices, right? So I have a house over in another neighborhood, and I put a lot of money into that house, and it's not, I guess the reason is because I would like to be able to control the environment. It isn't because I don't want students to live there. If there are students to live there, I want to be able to walk over and say, would you guys mind bringing that couch inside? I know it was awesome yesterday, and then Sunday was cool, but now it's Monday. That's why I'd be interested. Plus a financial investment, it's a reasonable investment as well. But so you get the best of both worlds, right? You get to have an impact in your immediate neighborhood, and then maybe make a little money in the long run. So that's what I think the philosophy is trying to get some leverage on the choices made. Because honestly, I think students are going to respond to the lease and the pressures applied to them by the landlords. And lazy landlords make for lazier students. And it's just kind of how it works. My wife was around, my house might be messier. She's very demanding. And wonderful. She's very wonderful. I'll see you at home, Lisa.
If I may, the last question I had kind of related to the last bullet point we were talking about with the boiler system, and Speaker Williams was talking about being in each other's shoes. And Brian, you might be immune to this point real quick, but I hope you'll endear me for what I'm about to pose. When GSB is working with the university, one of the big problems we face is that people like Warren Madden outlast 10 times us at the university. And the same problem can be said of working with the city, not only that your terms outlast us, but sometimes voluntarily or involuntarily, you leave the city council as well, and so that affects how we, our relationship as students, as members of GSB, work with the city. So I was wondering, to continue that relationship, what are some of the best methods that we can use as a body to keep the institutional knowledge that we have within this body? Because we do an okay job of that when we're working with the university, but the city, we have one position that works specifically for that, and that Alex does an excellent job, but that's not something that you can always have last over a period of 10 years for some members that are on the council, 12 years. What are some ways that we can increase that communication?
I'll speak to that. We're unique in that we have someone like Alexandria who comes to GSB. Not all cities do that, and so I think that's really a vital link. But one of the ideas that came up while we were campaigning was bringing council to campus. And the Supreme Court of Iowa has managed to bring their we don't call it events, but their activities into the communities. And if they can do it, I'm thinking that it's something that the city council can do, particularly when there are issues that are pertinent to students, and not always expecting that students come to the city hall, but that we also make that effort to interact with students. So that's one idea that's out there, if that's addressing what you were looking for.
As far as institutional knowledge, Jeremy and I are both chapter advisors at fraternities on campus, and your question's a great one because we're the institutional knowledge within our chapters, quite frankly, because we have that turnover that you're talking about, and so we're very used to that. We're lucky in city government that we have a staff member in Steve Shanker, who's been our institutional knowledge from one council to another for more than 25 years. And he's assisted by Brian, who carries that institutional knowledge on. I honestly have never met anybody related to the government of the student body that's here other than a student. Is there anyone? Do you have institutional knowledge within GSB?
To answer that question, we do have a staff person who who works with the government of the student body, and she's been working with our student government for several years, but that's internal only.
If I were in your shoes, and I think it is a great comment, because the flavor and tone of this year is much different than last year. And not that either one is good or bad, but it might be worthwhile really trying to lobby within the university environment to try to get someone who is that institutional knowledge year after year. Steve Shanker works very closely with, and the Mayor Ann Campbell, who wasn't able to be here tonight, but they work very closely with Dr. Leith and with Warren Madden on a regular basis. That gets us the connection with the administrative side. We really don't have, other than Alexandria, who's, it's great, but one year it's Tor, one year it's Matt England, one year it's Alex, you know, every year that changes. So it's difficult. It's difficult to not drop the ball from one year to the next.
Just out of curiosity, have you guys talked with any of the other Big 12 peers and see how they're handling that type of a situation?
President Hughes?
Sure. Do you mean in terms of passing knowledge down? And stuff?
Yeah, the institutional knowledge concept. I mean, is there? I remember when I was sitting in your shoes in the 90s, so that tells you how old I am. But when I was at GSB Center, I remember we had conversations with some folks down at K-State, and I want to say at Nebraska, and they had an administrator there that was, if I recall, something along the lines of an assistant dean of the university that was directly tied, not in more than just a regular advising role. And so it kind of shared that sort of that institutional knowledge that was sort of some administrative, and so I didn't know if that was something that you guys have ever reached out to, just see where that institutional knowledge is gained at these days in the other Big 12 institutions, and just kind of see what they're doing. I think that might be a valuable step to just reach out and have those conversations. I think you might learn something about that.
As of right now, GSB has at least 4 different advisors, and 3 of them are here tonight: Scott Brody, Corey Williamson, and then I see Richard Reynolds over there. And they all provide support for our organization, but we somewhat recently lost our main institutional knowledge person in terms of GSB advising. Gail Ferlazzo had been around for a long time as an advisor, and so when she left, when we had some new advisors, I'm familiar with a lot of the other schools, especially the Big 12, that have advisors who seem like have been there forever. Kansas State is one of those schools. So that same person that you mentioned, they might still be there, since I remember them talking about that at our annual conference that we attend with all the student governments. So at this point, I think we're trying to still establish that, but I think it's a great idea to look into that more. And we're actually leaving, tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. actually to go to TCU for this year's Big 12 Student Government Conference. So I'll definitely try to make those connections. I appreciate you bringing that up as something to look into.
I was just going to make more of sort of a general comment. We've talked a little bit about some of the difficulties or conflicts that may arise with student housing in the residential area, single-family residential area, for example. And I think a lot of that is just the simple fact that young adult students have different lifestyle and a different set of concerns, right? They're a different part of their life than older adult non-students, right? I think we can all agree with that. And there's also been some comments that I thought have been great about, hey, it's really important that each group is really empathetic of the other, right? The one thing I'll point out is we have an advantage because we've all been in your shoes, right? We all have college degrees. We've been in our 20s at one point, right? We wouldn't be here. And furthermore, we all have ties to Iowa State. And I can tell you, as an Iowa State alum, not only am I an alum, but I would not be in Ames, Iowa today had it not been for Iowa State University. So I love Iowa State. I think we all share a love of Iowa State. Peter's employed by Iowa State. I don't know if that means he loves it or not, but.
Got paid last month.
So we all have ties, right? And even if we didn't, Iowa State is a huge part of Ames. Ames wouldn't be Ames without Iowa State, and Iowa State wouldn't be what it is without the students. So I made a vow to myself because, like Jamie, when I was a student, I hoped that one day when I graduated, I could stay in Ames. Turned out I couldn't. It took me about 5 years to get back. But I also made a vow to myself. I said, you know what? I'm not going to be one of these people that I see in Ames as a college student back in the 90s that doesn't like college students, right? Oh, the traffic is increasing because the students are back. By golly, get off my yard, right? Come on. So I don't feel that way at all. And again, it's really important that, you know, we realize we're not so different. We've been in your shoes, and we really appreciate that you're here, you're citizens of the community, and you're making it very rich. So.
I guess I'll say a couple things. I think Victoria's comment is a good one. And it's one I think I thought about in some way 8 years ago or 10 years ago, but somehow bringing our perspective and our world to you every once in a while rather than us having this, sort of beneficial. Like, we're not buddy enough though, right? We're not, I mean, the mingling part was intense, right? So it'd be nice to be able to reach out more and connect with you because we're here to represent your interests. I mean, when I say I want to cooperate on something like you getting treated unfairly by your landlord, I mean it, because that's why I did this. That's why I took the time to do this, is to protect people who need help being protected and to do some great things. So, but we need to hear from you. You need to know who we are, so this is the first step. The other thing I'd say is institutional memory is great, perspective is great, but what you have over Tom and me, old man here, is that you are young, and young people trend towards idealism. You're the beginning. You are at a point that I can never be at again because I've learned some things, and some of those things aren't awesome. Some of them are not good. But you are at a perfect place to make real change. So when we talk about having staff available, generally staff is great and institutional memory is great, but if you find something you're passionate about, you need to get some senators together. You need to work very hard. I thought about cursing, but I'm not going to. You have to work very hard to get something done. And I've seen great senators come out of this body and do amazing things in this community. And so I'm always open. These other council members are always open. But don't feel like if you can't keep track of all the stuff we did 3 years ago, it's that big a deal. If you have a passion for it, do it. Because you have a lot of impact, especially on your ISU administration.
At this time, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next topic in the interest of time. So we'll go ahead and discuss campus redevelopment. This is obviously something that has been a continuing conversation. It's been mentioned a few times already this evening, but if there's any specific questions that anyone has or comments, now is the time to make those. Speaker Williams.
Speaking of things that I'm passionate about, Campus Town. Obviously, you guys had quite the lengthy discussion last night, and so we don't need to rehash everything. And I know you guys aren't settled in on this particular topic, but I do know, one, it'd be nice if you guys could kind of explain what you did approve last night and kind of where you guys were, just for senators that weren't able to make it to the city council meeting. Also, I would like it if you would touch a little bit on, but don't have to go into too much detail, about making sure that the Kingland system redevelopment, is what I was talking about originally, but making the ground floor retail and for how long that should be. That is one of the biggest concerns that students have had. I wasn't able to make it to the meeting yesterday, but I thought this format would be the best. I'd like to hear more senators' opinions on this as well. We've talked about this for a while now, and that is one of the biggest concerns, is that students really feel very adamant about having that whole block on Lincoln Way be retail space. So I'd like to hear your guys' opinions, and I'd really like to hear more opinions from senators as well on the development, if that's a good enough question for now.
I know it'd be a little confusing if you followed last night because there's 4 or 5 actions that the council needs to take to ultimately approve the project. Let me stress the council has not made a final decision, a final approval of that project, but it has moved it along. There's 4 steps that need to be approved. I don't want to get into too much detail. We have to create an urban revitalization area, a TIF district, a TIF ordinance, and it takes a number of readings. So they started some of the first readings and some of those approvals. All this is going to culminate, hopefully, on December 10th. That's when, if it all comes together, all these individual approvals will come together on the 10th, which will approve the project itself. It will also set in place an incentive program, it's tax increment financing rebate program it's called. So that it's not finalized, but it's moving forward. There's been indications from first readings on some ordinances that it's going to move forward. The key question for you, I think some of the students have about the use of the retail on the first floor. That is still an item up for discussion. The developers would like to, are willing to limit the use of the retail for 10 years of the life of the abatement, the incentive. There was some suggestion by staff that that should be a much longer time, and I think the council is trying to balance that. They heard both sides, and they've asked us to go back with discussions with the developers over the next 2 weeks and see if we could come up with something somewhere probably better than, well, in between. I wouldn't say exactly in between, but longer than just the 10 years. But we'll have to discuss that. The council will then have to decide which way they want to go on that. So that's up for discussion. I think there's also some discussions on maybe even what type of business you want to prohibit on those first floors, even if they're retail. You might not like toenail clipping businesses there. You want to prohibit that because we're giving an incentive. So you could say we don't want toenail clipping businesses there. Or you might want to say if you're going to have businesses there, you're going to have 25,000 square feet. We want at least 15,000 square feet to be toenail business. So we can specify what type of business you want on the side. So what I'm saying, the next couple of weeks, they're still going to discuss that. They did show the new proposal. It's been evolving. Did you see that lately? Did you see in the press? So I think it captures a lot of what the city staff was looking for, what the Campus Town Action Association was looking for, if you had discussions with them. And I think there's some improvements there. There's some parking in the back that they've dealt with, if you noticed that too. There's not going to be a drive-through anymore, and there could be actually a parking deck, which is in excess of 100 spaces, or as little as a single slab, which could be 70 spaces. So we're still discussing the finalization of that. So we're well on our way. It will probably be approved on December 10th, and there's still discussions about the length of time retail will be required on the ground floor. So I'm sure the council would, I think we've tried to project or portray your feelings on that, but I'm sure that you'd welcome your input.
If I can share my comments briefly on that. Since I have an interest myself, I'm Spencer Hughes back here in the corner. They make me sit back here because I'm not a real senator. But I'm the president of GSB. And I think on this issue, the Campus Town issue has had a lot of student feedback, especially early on when some of the facts weren't as well known. Now that things are moving forward, and I want to echo what Speaker Williams said, that the importance of keeping that area as an area friendly to students and for students to really go there and interact with their community off campus in a place that is both the city of Ames and has a lot of student life and vitality. By maintaining that retail area, I think is very important. I think that because the TIF is being provided is a pretty unusual circumstance, being with this public support for this area, that we should have a very good opportunity to tell them that we need to maintain this area for student life. And so keeping that retail as long as possible is something that I strongly believe students would like to see.
Senator Bauer.
Yeah, I had a question more about the safety with the new revampation and expansion in Campstown. After looking at the plan that was posted in the media, I saw that there a proposal to put a parking lot behind the actual Kingland Systems buildings. And I was curious as to how safety will play into that, because I know already without a parking lot back there, traffic is very heavy during intense hours when students are walking back and forth to class. I know we mentioned bicycles, longboards, skateboards, those types of things. And I know at one point it was even discussed closing that off to traffic with regards to vehicles during those peak hours to kind of add that extra safety throughout the Campstown area. So I was just curious as to, with this new expansion, the safety precautions that will be put in place. Because various times I see cars not even stop at the stoplight there and almost hit students, hit other oncoming cars, traffic, those types of things. So what kind of safety precautions will be taken with this new expansion?
Well, I can't tell you there are any special precautions. I think that's the balance we live with as we try to intensify the area. And the council gets a lot of input saying we need more parking in the area. So as we intensify and we add parking, there is going to be interchanging or it's going to be a conflict sometimes between the pedestrian. As Brian said, we're going to be working on how to handle bikes, onboards, pedestrians, and cars in the area. Now, in larger cities, they handle it. As we become a larger city, we're going to have to learn how to coexist. And I'm not sure I can tell you there's any specific solution to it. It's going to take a lot of education on people's parts and cooperation on that. So you just can imagine we're going to have that type of vitality in the area. We're going to have those kind of conflicts.
One of the good things that, and you as students had a lot to do with this through your input during the last couple of months, but this whole project, redevelopment, has been going on for probably the concept for 4 or 5 years, and this is where the institutional knowledge would be helpful to you, because there was a previous developer, Lane 4, some of you are aware, and so Kingland is taking the approach of kind of picking up where Lane 4 might have gone, but just doing it on the east side. But they came to us almost a year ago, 9 months ago, and started the process of communication. Well, some of those people that were here on campus, the students that they were talking to last spring, aren't here anymore. But I think a couple months ago, when it was pointed out that students really wanted to have more dialogue, the Student Advisory Council and other groups put together groups of students to put input. And one of the things that Kingland heard was that the drive-in might contribute to some safety issues. And the good thing about the plan that was presented to us last night is the major tenant that they've worked with, Kingland has convinced them to eliminate the drive-through window. So at least the parking that will be happening in the back lot, which there's always been a parking lot back there. This will be, and actually this will dump about half the traffic onto Stanton and half of it onto Welch, so it does disperse it a little bit. But it'll all be drive-in and park, either for tenants of the building or people that are just going into what we hope will be a pharmacy grocery store complex within the retail area. So there won't be the drive-through traffic that would be a safety problem. So that your input was very important in getting that change made.
I would like to say, you asked where perhaps new opportunities for living for students will be. We talked about it, I talked about intensification. We're seeing a lot of interest along Lincoln Way there, all the way to the east, probably down towards the bookstore down there, and I think you're going to find in the next year or so there's going to be other interest in projects, which will probably allow for student housing above the first floor. We have interest by at least 2 other developers in that area, so we could have another 2 major projects there with high-rise apartments there, with commercial on the first floor. Now, when I talk about safety, maybe I was thinking you were only talking about traffic safety. As these people ask for incentives from the city, if you look last night, there's criteria there that they have to meet to obtain the incentive. There's a list along the bottom that deals with safety issues, not just traffic safety, but it has to do with sight distance, open stairwells, so when people leave those decks that they can be observed from the outside, from a security standpoint. And there's a whole list of those. Security cameras have to be in place. So the council, when they incentivize these projects, are asking for a higher level of safety. There'll be a sight distance through. Police that are cruising the area will be able to see into the area, and I think from that standpoint, the overall safety is enhanced. We're asking those features in return for these incentives they're going to offer, the tax abatement they're going to offer.
Also, you should be aware that just in any redevelopment process, we have a multi-departmental development review committee that meets and goes over these site plans. It includes components from the fire department, the police department, the traffic department. They incorporate traffic studies, and they look at the safety of any site, even one that's not incentivized as this one will be, to make sure. And we have gone so far as to require in upper story balconies protective barriers so that people can't throw objects at those who are below and those kind of things. So we are very conscious about wanting to make it good and safe for the people who live there and the people who are just walking past.
But I do think that if the things that are sort of potentially in the works go forward, you're going to see more, not less, retail space in campus town. And with the increase in the density of apartments in that area, there's certainly there's no better place in town. You have 10,500 employees across the street and 32,000 plus students. That's a pretty good retail customer base to work from. And if they can actually park, which appears to be also in the offing with some of the enhancements that have occurred over the last few years, I do think that you're going to see a lot more interest in investing in retail of various types in that market. It's too good a place to locate right now.
I would like to return specifically to the retail space in the Kingland project, and that your input has been important and will continue to be important, because we need to come to a decision on the length of time that we expect retail to exist in that building. Council members come to council with different philosophies. My philosophy is one that often questions whether incentives are a good idea in the first place. But when we do enter into incentives, and we as citizens, all of us, are participating in a contract to help build a project, we are then, in this contract, partners, and as such, can expect certain criteria. And one of the things, and I don't believe we were asking very much of Kingland, but one of those very important requests from students, from the community, from the Campus Action Association, was that that ground floor be retail. And that didn't mean just for 10 years. 10 years is a very short period of time. And I believe that students are still going to be here and still be the major financiers outside of any incentive, but in your dollars going to Campus Town, students are always going to be the people that keep Campus Town alive and should have a voice in what the future of that entire area looks like, and specifically that one area that is the first entrance into Campus Town. So I hope that you will continue to be involved in this process.
Senator Laudner.
I just want to make a comment. I do work at Kingland Systems right now, and I just want to say it is the best job I've ever had, and they employ tons of students, and due to the fact that they are such a great employer of ISU students, I do think that it would be in our benefit to support them in this, but with reason. I do agree with a lot of this talk about retail space and how it's used, especially if public funds are going to be used. I think there's definitely a need for restrictions we put on how the space is used, but I think in the university's favor, especially for student employment, especially due to the fact that they do pay so well. I've never made minimum wage there, I've always made more. So I think that that's one thing to take into consideration, is that they are such a great employer of ISU students. And that's one reason why I think that as a student body we should be in favor of this project as a whole.
I would just respond to Victoria's suggestion that the retail go on for, I think last night, she said perpetuity. I had a tough time with that word last night. I practiced today. That's a long time because it basically means forever.
Jamie, would you mind spelling that word?
Yeah, oh man, I could barely just get it out. So. O-N-G-T-I-N-E. Long time. Between 10 years and forever is a big difference. And it really is something that when you're looking at underlying zoning for this area and zoning with an additional requirement for an overlay for campus town, we have to remember that the length of contract for the TIF is 10 years. So in a sense, we would be asking Kingland to, once the TIF is totally gone and they're paying full load on their taxes from then on, if their situation changes, and none of you hopefully will be here as students 10 years from now. Hopefully you'll have jobs and so forth, maybe in Ames. But it'll be a different student group here. They may have a different point of view. They may want a company that is a new idea, might want to lease office space in one of those lower levels if it were available, and provide the same type of jobs that Kingland currently is to more students. That may be attractive to them. Matthew actually suggested last night that maybe there is a compromise, either a few years beyond, or maybe at the end of 10 years, you review it and you get student input coming up to that period of time and make sure that students have input as to whether retail is really what is the need at that point in time, or whether it is some other use. 10 years in deference to Victoria, to me 10 years is a long time. And I would think at your age it's a long time for you too.
Okay. Just for clarification too, could you, or anybody on the council, kind of define for us as well what retail means to you? Because from my understanding, it's like you could have an insurance company if that's kind of a service, but you couldn't have like an insurance headquarters or that kind of relationship. Like, could you have a service, any type of service that's there, or what I guess would be some of the restrictions, just to give a frame of reference?
There's actually a code planning officials use that quoted the categories. One was entertainment, I forgot, and the other one was retail, but think of it as it would not be office space.
Right.
So when I talk about service, it wouldn't be insurance service, it wouldn't be attorney's offices, it wouldn't be medical offices. So I could give you the list, but think of more of the stores that sell products and things like that.
But a bank could be part of that, can it?
Retail,
Yeah, or a part of that list.
I don't
That's
think
how it's
bank, I don't think
explained.
bank can. I don't have that list in front of me.
See, and then.
But I do, there is,
Right.
no, I could get to that list. We can, I just don't have it in front of me. And that's why you could decide, you could be more specific on what you want. You can add that. You don't have to use those, I think, other ACIC codes. You could list, you want a bank, you want toenail clipping, you want whatever, or you don't. We can arrive at anything council wants.
Do you really want toenail clipping? I feel like this is like a subliminal message.
It's my life's dream. In Campus Town.
Steve believes toenail clipping is non-controversial.
Everyone's
Yeah, and see, from my understanding, I thought retail was fairly broad into.
It is broad.
Yeah, so.
But I can get that list for the city council if they want to see that we actually have the listing of all those uses.
To kind of answer, we're all individuals, right? So I would prefer we're retail probably forever until zoning would change. Now, we have existing zoning and that's supposedly forever. So everything that exists now is supposedly forever, right? So the idea that it's impossible to change it, it gets tougher the longer it's in place because people make investments with that understanding. But I think, all the laws we have are forever. So it's not like we don't do that all the time. That's kind of what we do all the time. But I live in a political environment. There are 6 of us who vote, and to get something that I thought could achieve some of that perspective that's being represented by the students here tonight, which is retail in these spaces, I propose a compromise. Kingland seemed open to it, and council seemed open to the compromise. It's not my ideal solution. My ideal solution would be have the zoning be non-office use. I define it as non-office use more than I define it as retail, which is the general way. I guess the other thing I wanted to say is Somerset. Do you guys know what Somerset is? It's a part of our community that's north. It's very cute. A lot of small, it is though, right? It's about a lot of very small, one-story commercial spaces. And the idea of Somerset was this new village concept. This happened 15 years ago. Everyone here was 4. They were going, it was going to be this vibrant, great area. And it's becoming that now. It's got some real great destination restaurants. I'm sure most of you know the cafe, which is a classic, it's very good.
But not as good as burrito.
Well, of course not as good as the burrito. When you graduate, here's the burrito. But what happened up there is a lot of those spaces got utilized for office uses. So you'll see some insurance companies up there, some banking industries up there. And not that you don't need those services, you do need those services. But they impact the ability of that to be a vibrant commercial neighborhood. And if you look at downtown, the least vibrant spaces downtown are a couple of banks, which you still need these services in the area, and any office uses. So that's the goal, is to try to keep the area vibrant. And you guys seem to understand that, but I live in political reality, so we had to make a compromise. The last thing I'd say is, you do have leverage with the Iowa State University administration. If the amount of money they're going to pay for rent is subsidized, meaning if they're paying more than market rents to be part of this project, they are subsidizing this project with value that could go to any priority. That value could go to decreasing your tuition. That value could go to making pedestrian walkways safer. That value could go to Mortensen Road. But they are making this choice. And I think the students in general agree that the Kingland project is a good project. That's the perspective I've heard more often than not. But as such, you still have leverage with your ISU administration to say, this is important to us, and we understand you're going to subsidize this. We understand there's an opportunity cost to us for that subsidization, but we would ask that you demand this piece, that it be retail. I think you have more sway over them than us. Not that we don't listen, but you just have a very tight relationship with them, and it's a very tight fiscal relationship with them.
If I could just add one other thing that hasn't been mentioned yet. So I was a student here in the 90s, like Jeremy. When I was a student, I felt that Campus Town needed to be redeveloped, and that was the talk back then. And you know what's happened between when I was a student and today? We put up a clock tower and we put up Campus Town Core. Now, in fairness to Matthew and other business owners, individual business owners have done a lot of work. But other than that, there's been very little done. So we don't all agree. And you know, if you think that Campus Town doesn't need to be redeveloped, I would respectfully disagree with you. But if you told me 3 years ago that, look, I work for a software company. If you told me 3 years ago a software company would purchase an entire city block in Campus Town and redevelop it, especially after the debacle that the city council went through and with Lane 4 trying to get something going, anything going down there, I would have thought you were crazy. I would have said, this is too good to be true. So here we are with this too good to be true situation, and it's sort of, I feel like it's a kind of a what have you done for me lately situation where we're trying to, you know, we want to be fair, we want to get a good deal, we are making an investment, but I think it's going to be so good for students and so good for the community and so good for Campus Town that we shouldn't get bogged down and it's going to be 10 years or is it going to be 20 years or is it going to be 50 years. Retail will be in Campus Town in Peters Point, so I'm excited about the project.
Yeah, I do think that we have to understand that retail is not their core business. And they're willing to do this because they want to be in Campus Town. But we want them to be able to make money, right? We don't want to drive Kingland out of business if we're going to put too many restrictions on what they're trying to do. That's not, I mean, I think Kingland would rather lose money on their own rather than having us make the decisions that would lose money for them. So I do think that we have to be flexible on some of these things. I don't think that they anticipate that they're going to have problems renting out this space. There's a lot of pluses in this. But to go back to Somerset, and I'm not the biggest fan of these sorts of developments, but Somerset is not exactly what it was designed to when it started. It did not explode. It was not particularly successful, and so the city ended up doing a lot of things to try to incentivize people to move to Somerset, including Coe's Florists left Campus Town to go to Somerset because they were able to get a tax abatement for that. I don't think that's in our interests either. So I do think that we have to allow a company, and I think Matthew's compromise that he proposed is exactly the sort of thing that says you're going to have 10 years of retail. Beyond that, the anticipation is retail, but if you're having trouble renting out this space, or if they have to expand and they need additional space, we want to be flexible to allow them to do that. Remember, they started off renting a derelict theater. Pardon? Oh, yeah, I thought she said Peter, and I thought that was like, shut up. And I understand that. I get that a lot at home also.
That's still on camera as well. I think just to address that a little bit, I think that's the original intent of my question, to ask what retail meant. Just from my understanding, it was fairly broad, and so it seemed like a reasonable argument to keep that a long time, and I wouldn't see how, as Peter, you described earlier, it's a very great place to be, and kind of, since it is being redeveloped, would attract a lot of people, and so to have such a generalized restriction doesn't seem like as big of a restriction as it could be, as, you know, if we said there was toenail clippings or anything of the sort. Thanks for that. But I will say that per some of the previous comments too, of where we should be looking forward into maybe what future generations or 10 years or what students would want later on, I can't imagine students wanting that area and that specific block that's so close to home, and literally students are there every weekend, every week, all the time, to have an area that doesn't have that vibrancy. I mean, as soon Kingland's started this project, and so obviously some of those businesses along that block have moved other places, and so they're not there right now, and you can already feel how it would be if it was just office space. And it's not a fun block to walk down right now, and I will give you my honest opinion that I've heard that from a lot of people. So I definitely think obviously you guys want to compromise, and I mean, that just makes sense. And to reevaluate, I think that also makes sense. But as a student, this is just completely the first thing and the only thing really that I've heard that has really been pushed, and that it just needs kind of that fluid motion. I think that is kind of what the lifestyle is, and so I can't see how other future generations would feel any differently. I guess I can't say anything about that either. And so, but I respect how you guys should vote. So maybe we should talk to the university too and see what our sway is there as well. So, you know.
Senator Voss.
Thank you. Well, first off, I can see why the word when I used in our previous conversation, incentivize, put the arms up in the air there. But which I did not mean in that way, of course. But the question that I have is, we talk about abatement, but I never heard what type of incentive are they receiving? Or unless we're not discussing that right now, the percentage that they're getting cut off, or what tax incentive they're receiving exactly. I mean, how much is the city losing, with each year they give the tax abatement by, is my question, really.
I don't know if you want to go into details. Basically, it's what's known as a financing rebate. So basically what it is the incremental value that's added to the tax base today. So if the tax base is $100,000 and they're going to build a project worth $1 million, you have an increment of $1 million. You apply the city's tax rate to that. And interesting enough, under TIF, you capture the taxes that would be paid to the county, the city, and the school. 100% of the taxes then are then actually rebated each year. The company will pay the taxes, the amount they would normally pay.
Okay.
You turn around and give those taxes back as an incentive. The council has agreed to give them up to $2,064,000 or 10 years, whichever comes first. It is possible that we've calculated at their projected evaluation that they would pay this $2 million off in 10 years, but it is possible that their assessed value will keep going up, or the tax rate will keep going up. So it's possible that $10 million that will be rebated to them could occur as early as 7 years, let's say. That's what we're hoping for.
I see. Okay. That's actually what I was looking for an answer. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Senator Johnson.
Hi, this has been an issue I've been particularly interested in, so I just had a few points I wanted to mention. Just on the retail thing, I would agree a lot with what Gabby was saying, is that I think I'd love to see this be retail for a long time. I really like Matthew's idea as well of having that provision where you have to renegotiate the contract with the city and with student input at the expiration. Although I would probably like to see that be a little longer than 10 years, because like she said, it just seems like that's just the character of Campus Town, and as others have mentioned as well, that doesn't mean it couldn't theoretically be changed at some point as well. And I think that even after the TIF incentive, there's a strong argument to be made that the city does have this business in the area, given the initial investment, given how much time and effort and money the city is investing into this development in the first place. So I think that does give the city definitely an interest in seeing this continue the way that we'd like to see it benefiting students. As to more specifically with the retail, I'd like to see a lot, at least a substantial chunk of it. I understand about 15,000 is going to the pharmacy, grocery store, at least tentatively. But I'd like to see the other 10,000, right? The 10,000 be designated more towards like local businesses. A lot of what was in that area previously. We had Angie's, we had Randy District, I guess it's still technically there, and then some of the other restaurants there. I think that's really the atmosphere of Campus Town, and I don't see that changing. And I'd just like to see local businesses that have a direct, clear, strong benefits to students and our enjoyment of the area, because I feel like that's really the point of Campus Town, that's Campus Town. And even regardless of other projects that may or may not take place in the area, I think that this project is certainly going forward, and that retail should be a part of this project. And regardless of other projects that go forward, that block specifically is particularly close to campus. It's intrinsically linked with campus, and so even if retail does get developed nearby,
I think this area specifically, that retail is valuable there. I guess another couple of things I wanted to mention is that I had heard in previous versions of the parking proposals that most of the spots were going to be designated for Kingland. So I'm encouraged to hear that that may not be the case, given the obvious general lack of good parking availability in campus town. I love the idea of having more public parking spaces there with good lighting to avoid Alex's car being vandalized anymore. All about preventing Alex's car vandalization. And additionally, I guess one last thing I want to mention is that having looked over the plans, I'd like to see more continuing work on the style of the buildings and the storefronts. I think that they certainly come a long way to fitting the area, but I think that more work could probably be done. And sort of like what you mentioned with the lamppost before, and how they have a specific ornamental style to fit the character of the area. I'd love to see just a continuing dialogue with Kingland and with the developers maintaining that feel in the area.
If I could clarify, maybe I misspoke. The parking on the site will be private parking.
Okay.
It's not public parking. So they'll have the right, as any private owner does, to rent it out to whomever they want to. It's interesting, in the campus town area, there are no city requirements for a certain number of spaces by square footage you see in other areas. So there isn't a certain number they had to meet. They decided to create a certain number. And I'm sure they're going to try to make it available for the retail spaces. Those tenants will demand a certain number of spaces that are for their customers. Okay. And I'm sure some of the people who rent their offices, Iowa State University is going to rent about of the 3 floors, they're going to rent 1 floor. Kingland themselves will have 1 floor, the 2nd floor. Iowa State will have the 3rd floor, so those are office spaces. I'm sure they'll want to retain the remainder of the spaces for themselves.
Okay, so I guess then with the mention to the parking deck, would that be true even if it was made into a parking deck? Okay. Well, maybe we can consider talking to Iowa State about using some of their parking spaces when it's not during the day.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's office space.
That's what's great about this project. Maybe a lot of those people who are working during the day won't be there in the high intensity Friday, Saturday nights, right? So there may be a lot of opportunity to try to use.
But you would need the owner's approval for that.
Okay, so is that just something that you think would be a possibility maybe to have on the table in these negotiations, is to have the hours of that limited? Potentially?
If the council wanted to, possibly.
Okay.
Now, we want to point out that there is plenty of space as we put in our plug for our intermodal facility. Actually, that was built not only as an intermodal facility, but to help bolster the economy in campus town. The more parking we have, the more attractive it is for redevelopment. And right now, we have plenty of spaces. A lot of our students do rent those spaces, but we have plenty more available. So, I want to put a plug for that. Anybody who knows anybody wants to, we've got covered spaces, keeps you out of the elements now, the snow. So
and all the churches, of course, their parking is also available at hours of various times, because otherwise they have to pay property tax on their spaces. So you can walk over from St. Tom's. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate you gathering so much student input. It really seems like the process has got more student involved in the last few months, and I'm loving to see that happening.
We are going to move on to our next topic for the evening, bike share programs. This is a very brief update and something that I wanted to introduce to the City Council while we're all in the same room. So the bike share program is a student initiative, and I'm serving as the lead on that project. And basically the ideal system for Iowa State University students would be to have a system where there are bike racks on campus as well as throughout the city of Ames. So think Cyride, but with bikes, is kind of how I like to explain it. And what students really want is, if you've seen some of the bike share programs in large cities with like that integrated technology of easy to use, on the go, whether it's a membership card, it's something for students where we have RFID technology already in our student IDs. And so we could simply use it with our student IDs, some of the systems, and city residents could purchase passes that would allow them the same thing. To give a brief overview, this is something that was started during the summer, shortly after I took this office, and it was something that Spencer and I had talked to students about during our campaign. Right now, where we're at in terms of progress is I'm working with the Department of Purchasing at Iowa State to develop an RFP for a bike share program. So we're working with companies and really asking some of the questions that need to be answered before we can determine if this is a right project for us. I do plan on sending you an overview of what has happened so far, where we're looking to go and what I see the city's role being. But I just wanted to bring it up at the meeting so that if there are any pressing questions, I could answer those, but also just let you know that for that project, I will be the main contact person from the student perspective. And then also just mention that I have actually been contacted by city residents who have heard wind of this project and are interested, which I think is very exciting, that it's not just students who care about it, but it's other people who care about it too. So at this time, if you have any specific questions, I would love to answer them, but otherwise I do plan on sending an overview to the city later this week.
I think Brian's been following this project too, hasn't Brian? He'll be our liaison at the company manager's office.
Yep, Brian met with me last week, so.
I have one question. Is there any discussion on
Is there any discussion on city locations? Is that the conversation that's happening?
That's happening right now, that conversation. Obviously, when we talk to students, they want locations, some of the same places where those hot side stops are within the city that they use all the time. It just makes sense. And so that's definitely a thing. And then another big thing that I've always thought about in terms of this project is having stations in places like down like Main Street. Those places that really have a lot of culture within the city, and I think students should explore more. So some of those places that are key components to the city of Ames, so having racks in those locations.
Thanks.
I do also want to mention, though, right off the bat, that this is a huge investment project. So in terms of purchasing one bike rack, it's approximately $40,000 to $50,000 because it's high industrial duty bikes. Like they can withstand any conditions, be used by many riders and last. And so that definitely means a higher cost, but I think that it can have great rewards not only for the students but also for residents. So looking forward to continuing the discussions, and I'll be in contact with all of you. Senator Baker.
Just to clarify, that was including bikes, correct? Not just the bike rack.
Right, including bikes.
Okay, good.
Thank you. So it's the bike rack with approximately 10 bikes. Good call. Senator Abbas.
Just a quick, is there any sort of estimation to how much this might cost yet?
It really depends on the number of bike racks that would be selected and what sort of partnerships are developed between the university, between students, and between the city of Ames. It's a long-term project, and it'd have to probably start small, but that's how most things start. Senator Breitbarth.
I'm a big supporter of this idea. I think it's a great idea. I'm a big biker, and I think transportation by use of bike is a great resource on campus. But I have one concern, and that is that a lot of people are complaining about the clogging of walkways with bikers opposed to walkers, particularly on campus. So is there any thought to be done about maybe making like bike-only lanes or something? I mean, I really have no idea, but maybe a better way for bikers to get around the campus area.
Is that specifically for on campus?
Yeah, campus and the surrounding areas, because I know it's a big deal, and a lot of people have complained to me about it, about having to deal with bikers, where they say only walkers should be. So
that is something that I think within terms of the university we can maybe discuss later as a group of students. But I know talking with some of the city residents, I believe there are future bike paths. Like there are bike paths already. There are plans for others. I don't know if anyone wants to expand on that at all. But
well, like we're saying, Brian's working on that committee that we had the same issue with that conflict with bikers, pedestrians, and cars in the downtown and the campus town area. So the discussion how we accommodate them, what we're going to have to do. We may have to. Some people say we have to remove parking from the street to allow bike lanes, and up campus town, up Welch or up Main Street. So there's got to be a lot of discussion, not only on campus, but probably the destinations that you want to put some of these racks in the city itself.
And I know here on campus, that's also something that's being discussed in some of the university committees.
The one question I would have is, have you guys done any sort of just at least intro surveying of the students to see what the demand is? Because, I mean, I know when I was a student, I had a bike, and I know a lot of students do, just to make sure there really is a true need that students really do need access to bikes, not just saying they need access to bikes, but actually truly have a need for access.
To answer that question, we haven't done a university-wide survey like that online that was sent out to students. A lot of it has been conversations with students, talking to student organizations, and just kind of spreading the word in that sense. We have done one official survey, and that was actually at National Campus Sustainability Day. So obviously a lot of the students who attended that event were very much for the program, and of the students surveyed that day, it was probably mid-90s percentage-wise that said that they would use a bike share system if one was in place. And of those students who said they would use a bike share system, approximately 50% of them had a bike. A few more senators have questions about this specifically. Okay, Senator Benzoni.
A lot of my points have already been said, but I just wanted to express that this does absolutely need to be paired with development projects with the city. That is particularly in the bike lane development, because it is so, well, for lack of a better term, sucky to try and walk on campus when you have a bike going this way and a longboarder going this way. I know I'm a longboarder. I've almost hit a few people. So I do think what I'm trying to say here is we really need to look at, we really need to take a cost-benefit analysis and include the city in that cost-benefit analysis with their figure plans, especially for things like bike lanes.
Thank you, Senator Benzoni. Senator Bauer?
Yeah, thank you. Do you know roughly how many racks you would be looking to have throughout the university and the city?
I mentioned this earlier, but I guess I'll explain a little more. We have to start somewhere. So whether that means starting with 2 racks, starting with 5, I'm not sure, because it is an expensive system. And obviously, if it's a great thing and everyone uses it, we can expand. But it's better to probably make a smaller investment, and if it doesn't work, only have made a small investment. So I really don't know. I mean, that's such a long-term futuristic thing, and obviously there's issues that we need to address on campus as well as within the Ames community before we really know how large this project could be. So ask me in a few years.
Okay. And then also, I know a couple weeks ago you mentioned a feasibility study that would possibly be done. Is there an updated status on that?
Yeah, so there were discussions about a feasibility study, and when I spoke with the Associate Director of Purchasing who's working on the RFP with me, we determined that a lot of the questions that would be answered by a feasibility study can actually be answered by the bids themselves from companies. And so we decided to move that route, and he's really been helping me a lot with that process. He worked on the We Car program, and they took that route, and so I've really just been relying on his purchasing expertise that I obviously don't have as we move forward in this process.
Okay. Yeah, since this is looking to be a substantial amount of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars we're talking about, like Mr. Davis said, I think it'd be strongly recommended that we provide a university survey as soon as possible so we can see if this would be a benefit to Iowa State and the Ames community. And I'll yield.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. I feel like we're in the middle of a GSB debate all of a sudden. And my understanding was you were just letting us know about this program. I'm sure you guys are going to have lots of questions. I was on GSB, and those questions will go on for hours and hours. But maybe just something to consider. I appreciate your debate, but maybe better without us. You don't need our input anyway.
I'm going to say thank you on that, and with that, we're going to move on to the final topic of the evening, if that's okay. Does it relate to the city? We'll allow it.
Are there, I know the city has a lot of grants and they've obviously been pushing for a healthier Ames and we've done all that. Are there grants that we could maybe look at from the city kind of for this? Do you know of any like off the top of your head?
I don't, we can certainly help you explore
Yeah,
this.
that would, okay.
Yeah, I want to ask one question, I know Matthew went debate, but is this industry only that you have to purchase the equipment? Sometimes you can have a company come in where they will provide the equipment, they'll operate it, obviously they take the revenue from it. This is not supposed to be a revenue maker, it's a service you want to provide, right? Is there a company out there that will provide all the capital? And you maybe can negotiate a price with them, you know, an actual price, but let them make the investment and we get the service. Is that possible in this industry? Tom, anything like that?
I am not sure. I guess, I believe so. Depending on the company, there's a lot of different options, and that's kind of why we're doing this route right now with the RFPs, trying to explore all of those options. As students, we've talked to a few companies, but there's a lot of different ways that a system like this can be run. So we can talk about that later.
Yeah, sorry.
No, absolutely. I just don't know the answer.
Sorry, man, I was interested. I was interested.
With that, we will move into SciRide. So I know there were a few questions already listed on the agenda. If someone has answers to all 4 of those questions, I definitely entertain that right away so we can answer them directly. Yes?
I'd just like to mention that it seems like at least some of these were covered in Dan and Finance Director Dan Rudisky's email earlier this week. So I would just like to mention that if some of these questions we already know the answers to, it doesn't seem worth spending the city council's time on this right now.
I would agree with that.
Just out of curiosity, I wonder what the answers were. Yeah. That is what you guys were told, so, I mean, I'd be curious to know what you guys were told.
Dan, do you want to take that?
I sent out a document that is the historical funding of SciRide, so basically a document that goes back about 20 years. So it's from, I believe, a January SciRide packet was where I pulled that data from.
We could probably get it from Sherry too. Steve.
Yeah. I pulled it off the SciRide website, but yes.
I think you're saying the more difficult questions for the first 2. And that were, what percentage of students pay property? I don't know how anybody can calculate that. I don't know if Dan gave that information, probably.
I did not.
Yeah, those would be hard for anyone to try to, the first 2 questions. Those are more contribution levels. Sorry, that's data. You're
So for the first 2 questions, are there any answers? No.
Well, there are probably answers.
But very, very hard to find.
Well, hard to find.
Okay.
I mean, what happens is you rent a house, right? The owner is paying property tax, but implicitly, part of the cost of offering the house is the property tax. So who's actually paying the property tax? Is it the tenant or the landlord? The landlord is the person who actually pays the cost, and the property tax is the cost of doing business.
And you pay on by the building itself. So if you have 3 people there, or 5 people there, it's up for us to know unless you track where every student lives, how much they share, whether it's a third or a fifth of that property tax. It is interesting, I think students do pay property tax, no doubt about it. Whether they pay all the property taxes, I don't know, because years ago, when if there wasn't such a tight market, as the city was raising property taxes, I don't think you necessarily had rental rates that would go up to match the property tax increases. So the owner might have been absorbing that, right?
Right.
And interesting now, in the past 5 years, because of the state law change, many of the apartments which were taxed at 100% of their value are now realizing a rollback to about 50% of that. I can't tell you that your rent went down to reflect that decrease. So I'm saying, but it didn't necessarily go up when we increased it too. So I can't track to know if each renter is paying 100% of the taxes even, because the market may dictate that some people who own older apartments maybe have the E portion of that property tax. So it's just hard to calculate each building and how many people are there.
Can I ask how many of you live in university-provided housing, dormitories? Just show of hands. Not that many, I'm surprised. But you don't pay any property taxes. Dormitories, residence halls, anything on campus, including this building, pays no property taxes to the city of Ames. So in answer to that question, none is paid for by students.
Senator Nee, I think there's definitely been some discussion regarding your questions that have already been submitted, and definitely some data that's not available. Are there any further questions that you have regarding this topic as your placard is still up?
Yeah, so I knew the answers, well, the answers to the first few got answered, but the city council, basically my whole point in this was Cyrite is at capacity and it needs to increase funding. In the past, the students, GSB directly bears most of that increased expense. Is the city council, would you be open to, when Cyrite obviously needs more money, is the city interested in increasing its portion of funding at all for Cyrite, or are you interested in keeping it flat? That was my question directly for city council, just your opinions on it.
I guess to mention something for historical context. Many years ago, if you look back at this, I don't have it here, but you'd see the differentiation between what GSB is putting in the students were putting on. Was it as great as now? But when we moved to fare free, what happened was we had to capture all the lost or convert the revenue that was from the fare box. So many of the students had season passes. Then had to be covered by the GSB contribution. So you'll see a big uptick. That was kind of a replacement of those funds. And really, if you look, the city's contribution hasn't remained flat; it's gone up. In fairness, now, I check back, and I don't want to get an argument because I think it's difficult to say who's going to pay for what percentage. We will defeat the system. It's just like property taxpayers when they say, I don't want to pay for redoing East Lincoln Way because I live on West Lincoln Way. We all have to kind of contribute to make this system work, but it gets very difficult for us to keep this up. The ridership right now, and it continues to go up, which I think is a good thing, but as the student enrollment has increased, I called over today, and the student ridership is about 91% of the ridership. Now that doesn't mean we expect necessarily GSB to pay 91% of it. In fact, we don't right now. But there's challenges before us, and you probably know this, but with the federal government shift now, cutting back on federal funds, we had a system that had about an average age Cyrite bus of about 16 years. I think I wrote down here, and I think we have, over the years with federal funding, we've been able to reduce that significantly. We're now down to about 9.5 years in average age. But we got notification with the cutback in federal funds, which used to pay 83% federal support for our buses, is going to 0. And as we have more buses, because we have more riders, we're up to over 6 million rides a year, we have to expand our facilities. Facilities used to get 80% match when we expand Cyrite bus garage to keep those buses undercover so they can run in the morning when it's icy out. All that's gone away, so we've got to pick up 100% of that. So before we provide any level of service, we have to shift now about $880,000 just to cover purchases, which, by the way, are going to drop us back to about an average age of 11.5. We have to pick up 100% of that funding. We haven't done anything. And then we have the challenge after we have to pick up that. Now we have the increased enrollment. And one of the difficult things for Cyrite right now is when we go to GSB or the city, it's 18 months before the year starts, we say, how much are you going to put in? And for GSB, what you do is there's a certain fee you agree on times the projected number of students. We set that, a certain amount. 18 months later, the winter hits, and all of a sudden we find out we have 2,000 more students. A lot more students, fare free, we hope they take the buses, and they do, they ride the buses. Because we want to provide the same level of service on the same routes. We don't run one bus, we run 2 buses, we run 3 buses. We pride ourselves in not trying to bypass people. That adds another $200,000 of operations. Interestingly, the fee, because of that extra 2,000 riders, that actually is collected. Now we transfer it into the trust fund. And then what we have to do now, we come, and you've been very generous, we have to come every year and kind of ask for an extra appropriation in mid-year so we can cover the cost of that increased level of service. Somehow we've got to deal with a mechanism that recognizes when we have extra students and extra burden, we need that extra money out of the trust fund and operations to handle that. So we have that burden there, and then you've got just, now you add that on, just keeping the higher level of service on the same routes, and now you want additional routes, which who wouldn't? We want to keep improving service. But all of a sudden it starts adding on to each other, and I guess you're just like everyone else, you're good stewards of your funds you have. It's tough to raise property taxes, 10% or so, 11%. 5% doesn't cover it anymore. We can't even keep up with the same level of service. So what I'm saying is it's going to be a difficult challenge for the city council, and I'm sure you all too, with limited funds. And I don't have the answer, but we need to continue to work together and find a way to have to make this work. But I don't want anybody to think that the city's contribution has been flat, because it hasn't. It's been going up. And it's a little bit deceiving when we move from fare-free, because that had to pick up that fare box revenue. If you add the fare box revenue onto, from the community, onto our contribution, we're putting about 28% of the subsidy. GSB is putting about 57% of the subsidy. And then Iowa State University puts in about 15% of the subsidy. That's from their contribution, plus I believe ISU parking puts about $300,000 to help maintain the orange route. Now, whether that's the right calculation, or you think somebody's paid more or less, we're getting a lot of debates over that. I think we got to come up with a good level of basic service that we can sustain, and we're challenging ourselves to meet that additional ridership on the existing routes, which causes more gas, more drivers, more overtime, and then there's a logical need for or desire to put more routes on. And I'm just telling you, when you add those two on with declining capital costs, which we have to invest in $800,000 into our rolling stock, or we can't meet anyone's needs, it's going to be a challenge in the future. That's what the SIRIDE board and GSB and Iowa State administration is dealing with.
At this time, it doesn't appear that there's any further discussion regarding this topic. And seeing that this is the final topic and it's already 10 p.m., I'd like to thank each of you from the city for attending this meeting tonight. Thank you for answering our questions, sharing your opinions, and just giving us time to discuss these issues that are so important to students. We look forward to working with you. Right now, we'll have a 10-minute recess.
Here.
Baker.
Here.
Bauer.
Present.
Benzoni. Black.
Present.
Silence, please. Breitbart.
Present.
Birch.
Present.
Doherty.
Here.
Debates. He was gone the whole time. Decius.
Here.
Fisek.
Present.
Fitton. Foley. Grenadier-Oba. Johnson. Kaufman. Oh yeah, he has a big name for, I knew that. Kearns.
Here.
Nee.
Here.
Lang.
Here.
Laudner.
Here.
Merle. Nygaard.
Here.
Osborne. Peterson.
Here.
Plantenberg.
Here.
Schulte.
Here.
Sharp.
Here.
Turhall.
Here.
Voss.
Here.
Walsh.
Present.
Ward. Yeah, got you. Williams, are you leaving? Yeah. You don't come then. Wolf.
Present.
Okay, we have quorum. We will proceed with business as on the agenda.
Point of information, what are we at and what is quorum? We have
Are you trying to agree with what is the current number? No, it's just transparency.
We have it. We're going to move on with business. Okay. I think it's 26 and we have,
We have 30.
29, isn't it?
okay. Everyone happy?
Yes.
We will now move into adoption of the agenda.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Senator Johnson.
At this time, I'd like to ask the consent of the Senate to add Senate Bill 2013-2-063F to the bottom of new business. Title funding Campaign College 2014.
You see?
Object.
It's been moved and seconded to add this new bill to the bottom of new business. UC was called but objected. This can have discussion, correct? This can have discussion, so this time Senator Johnson, you have the floor to explain why.
Whatever. So it's hard to sum up without just reading the bill, but basically the event involved, this bill is time sensitive, that it's being held on Saturday after the first week of classes for spring semester. And since the funding in this bill goes towards promotions, if the bill does not come up for first read this week, I could try to wait second read next week. But if it comes up for first read next week and then have a second read the week after break, the flyers and the posters involved in the bill wouldn't be out until the end of dead week at the earliest, which would really defeat the purpose since it's right after the first week of spring semester. The reason that it wasn't up before Gabby's deadline is because I've been trying to straighten out how exactly to fund this, what amounts are coming from where, and there's been some confusion and withdrawing of money and moving around of money. And I know Gabby had actually said that she saw this as being time sensitive and whatever that's the word. I mean, I'll explain the bill later, I can explain it now, but it does seem like
Is there any further discussion? Senator Fitton.
I support this motion, but is this on Ledgman, Krista?
It's not, but I can upload it right now.
Okay, please do. Question.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. UC has been called. Seeing no objection, this passes and will be added to the bottom of new business. Sorry, I'm eating dinner. I didn't have time before. The minutes were sent out last Thursday from last week's meeting. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
Motion to approve minutes.
Second.
Is there any objection to UC? Minutes approved. Rules Committee report.
Alright, so I had 2 minutes to prepare for this, so it'll be terrible. Rules met at 6:10 in the West Sauce, Monday. All of the bills that we sent through were sent favorably. We went through bylaws, I can't remember exactly where we stopped. Yeah, any questions? I don't say anything.
Senator Voss.
Are there any bills held in?
There are a few just waiting, there are a few held in rules at the moment, waiting for a couple of technical things coming from other bills.
Are there any further questions for our Rules Committee? Thank you, Senator Peterson. Great job with that report. FDR.
So I'm not really sure what happened in my paper here. I walked away and I came back and was soaking wet. So Finance Committee met this week, covered a couple different bills. I sent records out of those. I will say that the cost of distributing flyers to the Student Activity Center is $15. The Finance Committee realized that that was one thing that I had misguided them on, so I apologize for that. If you would like to ask questions on that later to the student organizations who may be requesting those, that's just something that we'll need to follow up on. I apologize on behalf of the Finance Committee. It's mostly my fault. So with that, we'll still be doing Chapter 11, priorities and criteria, funding rewrite, like I've said for the last 2 weeks, and possibly longer, that you should make your concerns known His finance is going through that right now. I will be making sure the account names apply to what the account actually does within GSB. That'll be something that I'll be asking Finance Committee to help me with next week. So with that, I guess I will yield any questions, right?
Senator Fitton?
Are all the account balances up to date? And
As far as I know, yes. Well, are you talking about your agenda?
yes.
My discretionary number does not match, but that one's lower, so it might be safer to use that one. We'll figure out why that one is lower. I have $2,593.56, but I'm not sure where the discrepancy came from. So operate under that one, and I will double check that one for next week. So other than that, they all look right.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Dan. Oh, Senator Moore, do you have a question?
It's not fair.
Oh.
Point of personal inquiry, did we actually adopt the agenda? As I recall, there was an amendment and then we didn't actually adopt it, so should we do that first?
We did.
You're right, we did not adopt it. I apologize for that.
It was Turmal's head, so.
Great job, Senator Turhall. At this time, I would entertain.
Motion to adopt the agenda?
You see.
Any objection? Okay, excellent. I apologize for that. Moving on, Public Relations Committee, Chair Bauer.
All right, met last night at the usual time. First off, you all should have gotten a copy of the newsletter in your email. It's also posted on the website, on our social media. So if you have any questions about that, let me know. If you want to write an article for January, we're not doing one in December since we only meet once. So if you want to do an article for January, please let me know. I'm pretty sure I have one person who wants to do it already. So we'll have 2 more open spots. You get outreach points for it, but those will only count towards next session. So those won't count towards this session. Speaking of outreach, you have 3 weeks left to complete that. If you have any questions, please contact me as soon as possible. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you have any questions, just comment me on that, or ask me about that, excuse me. We were supposed to do a focus group on Tuesday, but out of the 25 people I emailed, only 3 responded in a 3-week period. So obviously that wasn't possible to do. So instead, we are going to do a survey to gauge students' thoughts, opinions, concerns about elections. We developed that survey in PR committee yesterday actually. So if you have any questions about that, you can come talk to me about that. Hopefully we'll be sending that out within the next week or 2 so we have all of our results by January to use those for the elections. Speaking of elections, the remainder of the meeting was spent discussing PR ideas for elections. We have a wide variety of topics that we could possibly take advantage of. So if you have any suggestions on ways that we can reach out to students through elections, please contact me also as soon as possible, because elections are just around the corner. Once January rolls around, we're into the election session, as we'll find out when the bills come up in the next couple weeks. So that was the majority PR. I will yield to questions at this time.
Senator Voss.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Voss.
Thank you, Chair Bauer. I guess the question for you, how do you compile a list of those in non-compliance with the outreach points?
I compiled a list a week and a half ago, but I will update that this weekend. And I will be informing people that have not completed the program. So 100 points or whenever you were seated.
That means no mercy.
Sure. Any more questions?
Senator Laudner.
Where may one find this list?
The list for,
If you're not in compliance.
I will email you.
That is all.
Senator Fitton. Oh, okay. Are there any further questions for Chair Bauer? Ad hoc committee, Chair Bauer.
All right, we met on Monday. We will be finalizing our recommendations in our bill next Monday, and then that will be first read again next Wednesday. So we'll be voting on the final bill the week after Thanksgiving break. So that's pretty much the gist of it. I invited everyone to come last week who had concerns or input on it. No one showed up, so I would assume no one has questions or concerns about it. But if you do, you can contact me with those questions or concerns. I will yield to questions or concerns.
Anybody? Excuse me. Senator Fitton?
As a point of inquiry, could you name the actual name of the committee?
I don't have the committee name. Speaker Williams has it on her form she had to fill out.
Oh, yes, I'd also like to add, if you guys have any questions, of course, you can ask me as well. I'm on the ad hoc committee, as well as Senator Johnson, Birch, McDonald. Are you taking notes at it, or, oh, she's on PR, I'm sorry.
You can contact me or Speaker Williams, who is the vice chair of the committee.
There you go. And the boss is on there.
Are there any further questions about ad hoc committee? Seeing none, University Affairs Committee? Matt Kearns.
All right, I'll keep this short and sweet. Senator Clantenberg and Senator Wolf are still working with Cyride on the 6A bus route out to Towers. The only pressing time issues there is right after we get back from Thanksgiving break, they're going to hold a meeting with the Towers Hall Council on December 2nd, so that's that first Monday when we get back. And then December 4th, they will be meeting with Cyride to submit their proposal and hopefully have some students come along to give input there as well. And then Senators Schulte, Fisek, and Turhall are still working on the club outreach. Find that most of their concerns are with money. Imagine that, people care about money. And lastly, they are going to be compiling a survey here soon, sending it out to students and getting feedback on university issues that they're having. Are there any questions?
Senator Voss, your placard is up.
Oh, I apologize, it was...
Senator Doherty.
May I address Matt?
You absolutely can.
Hey Matt, how's risk management going? Have you set meeting times or have an expected time for that?
Yes, okay, well, we were going to start last week. George actually took some time off for once, so he was out of the office all week last week. So we will be starting that soon, probably when I get back from Texas.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. And seeing as we don't have a vice speaker, we don't have a vice speaker report this evening. So comments from the executive branch, President Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess I'm not used to this microphone. I emailed this out around 7, so you should have had plenty of time to check it over. So I'll just touch on a few things. Senator Kearns actually alluded to this, but tomorrow morning at 4, so less than 6 hours from now, we'll be leaving Ames, heading to TCU, Texas Christian University, for the annual Big 12 Student Government Conference. It's a great opportunity for us to learn a lot from the other 9 schools in the Big 12, because it just makes sense that the Big 12 has 10 schools, right? So some of the things that we've gotten before over the past couple of years, some of the student veteran things that we do now, that was an idea we got from Oklahoma State, the International Student Mentoring Program, also an idea from Oklahoma State. I guess that's kind of unusual. And the outreach program that we now use was an idea we got from Kansas. So let's see what ideas that we can get this year, also what we can share with them. It's a very positive event. On Monday, I will address GPSS, which is the Graduate Professional Student Senate. That's something I have to do that's something that I do once a semester as president, according to the Articles of Cooperation, so that is sure to be spirited discussion. Next Wednesday at GSB is a State of the Student Body Address, so I'll be delivering that. I do that once per session, so this will be my fall address. So you shall come very excited, because it'll be excellent, I'm sure. And then there's some updates from Cabinet, also included in this document. And thanks to everyone who attended the open forum last Friday that the ISU ambassadors hosted. We had the executive director of the Regents, the state senator for Ames, and one of the state representatives for Ames in attendance. Pretty good event. They all seemed very happy with it. Great way to connect with them going forward into the appropriations time that will be going on in the state legislature. beginning in January, just to make sure that student interests are at the front of their mind. Those are the highlights, so I'll yield any questions.
Senator Bauer,
May I address President?
you may.
President Hughes, just 2 quick questions. Just briefly, is there anything in particular you're looking to get out of the Big 12 conference this year, or just open to anything that comes your way?
I think it's, I'm open to pretty much anything. Sometimes you just learn something you didn't expect to learn, so at least those 3 things that I mentioned in this document were things that I wouldn't have anticipated learning before going. This will be my 3rd conference, so I went to Kansas in 2011 and Oklahoma in 2012. So this one, I think, with that kind of experience, it's good to know that you should just keep an eye out for anything that's particularly interesting, I guess.
Okay. And my second question, who would you recommend someone to speak to regarding the political battles that have been happening through mass emails in the ISU email account between Senator Herman Kornbach and I don't remember who our GOP representative was. But who would you go about talking to about the political battles happening?
I'm glad you brought that up. Senator Bauer is alluded to. There was a mass email sent to all students by Senator Kornbach, who represents Ames in the state Senate. He actually attended the open forum. He is a Democrat. This will be important later. And he talked about how the Democrats were pushing for the tuition freeze. And it was important for students to both contact their legislators and have their parents contact their legislators, particularly those in the state house, which is Republican controlled. But then a state senator, Senator Jorgensen, who is a Republican, sent a mass email out in response saying that Senator Cormack shouldn't have taken credit for the tuition freeze as a Democrat because the Republicans also supported it, and the governor has expressed potential support for another tuition freeze this coming year. So that's the context surrounding a statement. There was actually an article in the Des Moines Register recently about this. They talked to the registrar's office. The registrar's office is who controls the email list. And they maintain the same policy. The email list is open to anyone who purchases it. So if you've gotten an email, if you've been around for more than a year, you've probably gotten a mass email from Tornado Watch, if you remember that. They're able to purchase the list just like any state representative can, just like anyone can do that. So there's no really movement in changing that policy, at least at this point. I know that that's been investigated, but I don't think that there is a whole lot of movement towards doing that, and there's a number of reasons behind that. There was anti-competitive concerns were raised when they initially were going to charge more for the list from an outside business or outside entity as compared to a student or a campus department, but then because of anti-competitive, they wanted to limit liability, they charged the same amount. That's what I was, the information I was given from the registrar's office.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Senator Boss.
Yeah, actually, on that with the tornado watch as well. And it's, I'm not expecting you to exactly know this, but what had worked for me is I would just spam the message, and I would never get any more messages from that group again. Did that work for you too, Spencer? Have you tried that? I just think to help other senators out if they're really ticked off about getting emails about it.
Actually, I haven't tried that, but surprisingly enough, I never received a mass email from Senator Jorgensen.
Really?
So maybe he knew that I wouldn't have responded well to him.
Well,
but
if he's, I don't know if they could figure out if you're, which party registered or not, but yeah, that makes sense.
you can sure, you can spam. You get an email from somebody you don't want to read, just hit spam, unless it's from me.
And then you just hit delete.
That was a total flop, Hillary.
Senator Nee.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Right, so I just checked my spam folder because I never see the Jorgensen. It's in there, so you might want to check that. So my question is, if they're providing, I guess I'm okay with them providing it if they're going to openly provide it to all students, but if you're going to provide it to everyone, anyone can purchase the list, but if they're going to provide it and say anyone can purchase the list, but then the ISU, as we've seen with the ISU alert, the spam folder is going to spam some and not others. That seems unfair to have it. I guess in this sense it really was the Democrats' message got through to everyone and the Republicans got spammed. That seems unfair. So okay, yes, but so I don't know, is there any way, I understand it's not sent through out of state, it's sent through a third party, but Have you talked to the administration at all?
I think FDR has an answer.
So, well, really quickly, the first thing I want to talk about is that the ISU alert system is entirely separate from this. And with the ISU alert email, the university has already done what they call a whitelist to those messages. So those will never again be in a spam folder. So if that happens, somebody really messed up, but it's not going to happen again. And FDR has more info.
I was just gonna recommend that you go read about spam filtering on Wikipedia. I mean, it's an individual thing. You do have individual preferences, and so if you spam messages like that, and they read like that, then it will spam messages that are similar. So sometimes it's just what you've done in the past. So if you're curious about things that end up in your spam, you kind of just have to make sure that you go through your spam folder once in a while.
Okay, so it's not anything under like IT services or anyone in that department categorizing these type of messages are spam?
I mean, it could be theoretically, but I have no reason to believe it.
Okay.
Yes, I also had no knowledge of IT services marking anything as spam that they're sending out. Because keep in mind, these mass emails go through their process, so they wouldn't, I don't know why they would do that.
Senator Wadner.
I just wanted to make kind of the same point, is that it's more of a Google side of things, not an Iowa State side of things. So.
Senator Boss.
Can I address a question to the speaker?
Mm-hmm.
I know we talked about this earlier privately, but could you just brief this out on your meeting with the daily, if you could?
Sure. So on Monday, myself, the Vice President, the Finance Director, and Director of Student Affairs Hofer, we met with some of the leadership of the Iowa State Daily to discuss contract renegotiation, which is contract renegotiation is an item that's specifically laid out in the duties of the President. So I took charge for that meeting. And basically we are working towards investigating some ways for them to make a somewhat significant deficit in their operating budget. And their concerns are pretty dire at this point. So we are, pretty much every channel is open. I don't think anything's really ready to be public at this point, but we're definitely working towards getting some sort of solution figured out pretty quickly.
Are there any further questions or comments for the President?
Thank you.
Open forum? Commissioner Gunther.
All right, I'm going to take a lead after President Hughes and steal the mic. So I got a couple of announcements. I'm going to start from the kind of disappointment I have on an issue and then work my way up to the cheery other stuff towards the end. So the first thing I want to talk about is it's come to my attention that certain senators or people in GSB have approached members of my election commission in hopes of having them help them with their campaigns in a non-election commission, non-partisan, neutral capacity. And I just want to, I don't know what the word would be, but warn, thank you, Senator Bass, about the ethical implications of that and how, at the very least, I feel like that would degrade the ability of the election commission. I know of 2 people that have been approached already, and I just want to warn senators or directors or whoever else is on GSB or who's not in this office that I find that behavioral reprehensible, and that I would ask them not to approach my election commission in that capacity. I'm not going to speak on their behalf. They're welcome to do whatever they want. However, as you all know, they cannot be active in a campaign and be on the election commission. And so if they do choose to leave the election commission, we will be down that many more people without my ability to add them back in during the election cycle in the spring. So that's just my little statement on that. The second thing I want to talk about is that unfortunately the 5 bills that I had up for election-related business did not get made to the agenda this week. I know that Vice Speaker Snell is not here with us, and Speaker Williams was ill. However, I did meet my obligation to have that stuff in by the 3rd meeting, and that hopefully they will be on the agenda next week. I have apportionment, timeline, election code, and election bylaw revisions, and then election resolution to set the boundaries for Campus Town. And the last and the more happy thing I want to talk about is the Wednesday before Senate we get back. The Wednesday after we get back from Thanksgiving break, right before Senate at 6 p.m. I'm having the first official 2014 election candidate information session. I would recommend, since you're already halfway here at least, that if you have any interest in running for election, whether it be an executive slate or as a candidate for Senate, that you stop by, meet your obligation of the one info session, and think about running again, because I think you have all done a wonderful job as senators and exec. So if you're interested in that, you can let me know, or you can attend the info session. I have not got a set time or date or location yet. The event office is very slow this time around to getting my room reserved, so I will be working on that and giving an update next week. So I will now take questions. I think I saw Senator Fitton first.
Senator Fitton, go ahead. Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
I totally blanked.
I'll move down.
Great. Senator Voss?
Yeah. Election Commissioner Gunther, actually, just a question about reapportionment, since you are expertise in the area, presumably. Yeah. Once the bill that we would pass down, was it 2 weeks, I suppose now, for reapportionment, would that take effect for the up-and-coming election, or would that be for the election after that?
So the apportionment that we will be passing this semester will affect the number of seats that would be eligible for the election come March.
Come March?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Bauer?
I don't have a question.
I didn't think you did. Senator Fitton?
Real quick, Gunther, I talked with Speaker Williams earlier tonight. If you read the bylaws, it says you're supposed to deliver those bills that you mentioned to her. She said she never got them in an email from you.
I emailed her on Sunday at 11 p.m. and I also emailed Vice Speaker Snow at the same time. So they both have the email in the bill sent.
So I was just letting you know what she told me. I can, if you want to send them to me, I can upload them on Ledgeman for you, and they will have her name on it, as I'm sure you've already done. So if you want them to be considered tonight, she's down with that, but she just said she hadn't received the email.
I'll email you, but we'll have them up for next week. I don't have enough time to. It's a long meeting already. But Gabby and Barry do need to finish working on one of the bills since I don't have access to that.
I remembered my question.
Go ahead, Dylan.
On Saturday, January 18th in 2014, there will be a campaign college event, and I know that you've spoken with them about having that event be allowed to count for.
I'll take the question. Thank you, Hillary. Yes, the campaign college will count as one of the official election candidate seminars. However, it's included, but it won't be counting towards the 3 official ones put on by the Election Commission. So it is open to the public, but it's kind of like a bonus one this year.
So if candidates only attended that one, that wouldn't count?
It would. It's just I have 3 that are
Okay.
planned outside of third party. It will count, but I have 3 planned independently of anyone else.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Commissioner Gunther?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Adam. Senator Bauer.
Yes, my name is Zachary Bauer. I'm a student here at Iowa State, junior political science, public relations. We have to say our name during open forum. 2 things I wanted to talk about very briefly. I am the GSB representative to the Faculty Senate, which meets monthly. So each department nominates a representative, they go to Senate, like we do, yada yada yada. I just kind of wanted to update you on what's going on in Faculty Senate because there was some very important items that were brought up this week. Obviously, the incident that happened on campus last Monday was brought up. They felt like something should have at least been posted on the website, alerting students and faculty what to do in that instance because faculty were unaware if they were supposed to keep their students in class, if they were supposed to let them go. So they felt that the alert wasn't necessary, but there should have been some form of communication, hence the update on the ISU website that could have been used in that situation. Warren Madden, the Vice President for Business and Finance, has a committee that is investigating these things. I believe President Dark, who is the leader of the Faculty Senate, she said that there is GSB and GPSS representation on that committee. Either President Hughes or Vice President Klesher can give me a thumbs up that that is true.
What's the name of the committee?
I don't know the name, it's just headed by Warren Madden. It's looking at the happenings from last Monday's incident. And she's told me that there was GSB and GPSS representation on that committee.
I haven't heard a thing about that committee.
Me either.
Okay, so maybe that's something we can look into then?
Yeah, that's a little worrisome, that someone thinks we do, but we haven't heard about it.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure either, so we can look into that to see what the actual verdict is on that.
Senator Bauer, will you look into that for us?
I will certainly do so.
Thank you, sir.
Let me write myself a note.
Text yourself.
Okay, next thing, they created their own student affairs committee. So this would just represent faculty perspective on student success. And then this committee also has GSB, GPSS representation on it. By the look of your faces, I'm assuming you haven't heard anything about this one either. So I will look into this one also.
Thank you.
See, guys, this is why you need to go to your committees. I'm sure you do already, though. Lastly, there are some changes with degrees, degree name changes, adding new degrees, getting rid of new degrees. There's 3 of them that will be discussed at next month's meeting in December. The first one is changing the ag major of public administration and agriculture to the new name of agricultural and society. The next one would be adding a minor in food and society. And the third one is the discontinuation of the Masters of Agriculture. So those are the 3 primary degrees. The last one, they explained that it was such a broad master's degree that there's subtopics that fall into that, so that's why they're discontinuing, or proposing to discontinue the Masters of Agriculture degree. Is there any questions on the Faculty Senate update?
Senator Doherty.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, jeez. The committee, the first one you're talking about with Mr. Madden, was that created last week by President Lee?
I believe so.
He sent out an email that said he was sick, Mr. Madden, on this situation.
Yeah. I will email Veronica Dark tomorrow and then send an email out with what I find out about those 2 things.
Sounds good, thank you.
Senator Lane.
When Senator Bauer brought up the Student Affairs Council that was just created this week in Faculty Senate, I sit on the Academic Affairs Council, and they had talked about that, and it was a motion from them to the Faculty Senate to create that, and so that was my intent to bring that up once it was actually established. So I'm glad that Mr. Bauer brought it up first, but hopefully we have a meeting this Tuesday. I will bring that up, that we do not have representation on it yet, and hopefully they will either send us an email or I will get something sent out to the rest of you who wants to do that. So,
Abby, please get the scope of that role defined and forward that to me, and I'll work from there to put someone in that role.
I will do that.
Thank you. Senator Bauer, you still have the floor.
Okay, lastly, I don't want to get into a big debate about this, but I was just curious as to why the Vice Chair of Finance is the interim speaker. It was my understanding that the most senior member of Rules Committee filled in. I don't know if that's entirely true. Like I said, I don't want to get into a big debate about this. I was just curious as to why. I'm not mad or anything, I was just curious.
Senator Fitton, would you like the microphone?
I'm not the interim speaker, I'm running the computer, like literally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't believe we currently have a speaker,
Yeah.
to be honest with you.
All right, I'll yield.
Is there any further business for open forum? Okay, we are now in general orders on Senate Bill 2013-2-057F, Funding Ethical Eating Club.
Title Funding Ethical Eating Club. The group is here to speak about the request. And Dana's there. We did send an amendment for this, did we? I don't have access to the
grab my laptop for it, but I do.
Go
If you want
ahead.
to scroll up for a second, I can tell you.
Okay. So the ethical, my name is Samantha Ball, and I'm the treasurer for the Ethical Eating Club. I'm a little short. Thank you. Okay, and so we are simply requesting $60 in funding. Since we are a new club, we are seeking to try and spread the word about our club and what we're about. And so it's basically our request for the $60 is for flyers and distribution. There was a little bit of curiosity on the meaning of Ethical Eating Club, and so I just wanted to address that in a couple points. So we have a couple of main objectives in forming this club. One was to create a community in which people with similar interests surrounding animal welfare can get together and communicate. We do lots of social events like potlucks and such. So the second is to try and raise awareness about the way where our food comes from, basically to help people make more conscientious choices. So yeah, that's basically it. Do you guys have any questions?
I'm not sure if people have questions or what, so we'll just go ahead and get started. Senator Ward,
May I address the speaker?
you may.
Hi, thank you for coming first of all and for sitting through the long city council meeting. So obviously you're dedicated. Do you have any members yet, or how long have you been around?
Oh, we got approved at the end of September. We have about 30 members officially. 12, 15 who are like committed and come to meetings often. So
That's awesome.
yeah.
Do you charge dues to any of your members?
We don't charge dues.
Okay,
So
are you
it's-
planning to in the future, or what's the thought process behind that?
I don't believe so because we really want to make it, perfectly accessible for everybody. So
That I
Senator Voss.
It turns it. Hello? Okay. All right. No, due to an error on, we'll just say Finance Committee in general, generally we only distribute $15 for flyer distribution. It only costs that much when they charge. It doesn't cost $60. Now, we had sent this bill favorably without that amendment, and we didn't want to go back and change it because it had already been sent favorably to the Senate. But we did attach and a memo to that, I believe. Is Dan here, or did he step out? Okay, so I'm going to make that amendment now. If you can pull it up. I can't read the side, but I know that we'll just move, or we'll change GSB from $60 to $15 and reflect that in the total and the enacted clause.
Second.
And I guess I'll help explain the motion. It's more so a matter of fairness. I realize the group's been here for a while, but we don't distribute $6 for flyer distribution usually. And that's something we, I guess, should have caught. And with that, I yield.
Okay, I must just miss something. Senator Voss, did you yield the floor?
Yeah, I made a motion.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if you were done speaking on the moment. Chief of Staff Reed.
May I address the speaker?
Yes, there was a second. Yes, you may.
Do you guys do any fundraising of any sort? Or do you have any other sources of income that you don't collect dues?
we really don't have any plans to, since we are so new. That there's always a possibility in the future to develop fundraising and such like that, but not at this moment.
Then I just wanted to kind of bring something to the attention of the Senate, and you guys can take with it what you want. But in P&C, there is a revenue line item rules under the income subsection. All student organizations requesting funds are required to show a source of income equivalent to a dollar amount equal to $5 per member per semester. Student organizations that fail to show an income source as described above will be ineligible to receive funding at an amount greater than what was previously received in the previous allocation cycle, unless it's waived by a 2/3 vote of the Finance Committee. And so I don't know if that's already happened, Kyrie would have more information about that. I just wanted to bring that question up.
That's a good point of discussion, but as a reminder to everyone, we are on discussion of the amendment only at this time. So the amendment on the floor is to change the total from $60 to $15. Senator Brightworth?
Question on the amendment?
Second.
I have a question.
Do you withdraw? Okay. Senator Ward?
Senator Johnson, go ahead. Why did you choose, may I just quickly?
You may. Yes.
Why did you choose the number 60? Is that what the flyer distribution office?
We chose 60 because it was, to us, understood that that was a typical amount given for flyer printing and distribution. We simply, I simply went to the Senate sort of requesting what sort of possibility of funding for a new club there was, and that's the amount that I was given.
Okay, so do you know by chance how many flyers that gets you? Do you know what outreach that? Like, I'm just trying to understand what kind of detriment decreasing it $45 would do.
Well, bringing it down to only $15 would only pay for distribution, not printing.
Okay.
So.
At this time, FDR, you have the floor.
I'm just going to say that the scope of this line item is only for distribution. So if the group wanted to request printing, then there needs to be a new line item. And that's basically the explanation.
Did everyone hear that? Cool. Okay. Senator Warren. Okay. Senator Johnson.
Yeah, that was about along the lines of what I was going to mention actually, is that in PNC it does say that you can have $60 for printing, but that answers that question. Personally, just on this amendment, I would like to see this amendment fail and see it just instead amended to read printing. I mean, I can see how the group, especially being a new group, could misinterpret flyer distribution as meaning the same thing as printing, and frankly, I guess even as a GSB Senator, I'm not really clear on the difference. So, I don't know, I mean, it seems logical that we want to fund their printing, so that would be why they'd fund they'd ask for $60. I mean, they've only been around, well, like a month and a half, so I don't know, that's just my feeling.
Senator Fitton.
I was about to say the same exact thing. I was having a conversation with Senator Boss. This is not the group's fault at all. This is mine. I did it. I write these regularly. I just wrote it as flyer distribution when I knew they were looking for things out. I apologize for using it. I guess we can do an amendment to the amendment or call the question and fail. This doesn't really matter. At this time, I'm just going to call the question on the current amendment, and we can change the line item to say printing instead of flyer distribution.
Question has been called and seconded. At this time, if someone wanted to call for unanimous, you can't?
No.
Yeah, can't you do unanimous disconsent?
No.
That's what I'm saying it should be. Okay, so all in favor of passing this amendment, placards up now if you'd like to pass it. If you'd like to fail the amendment, placards up now. By majority, the amendment fails. We're now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton.
At this time, I'm going to move to amend the line item from flyer distribution to printing.
Second. Is there any discussion?
Call the question.
Second. Question has been called and seconded. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Amendment.
Oh. Can I just make a quick question? You're moving the line from.
Question has already been called.
Well, then I'll object then, Hillary.
Okay.
It's a point of information is what I want. What's the line? What are you changing?
From flyer distribution to flyer printing. Or just printing, excuse me.
They won't get flyer distribution? All right.
Does that clarify?
That clarifies. I withdraw the objection then.
Okay. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Seeing none, the amendment carries. We are now back on discussion of the bill As a reminder, it now says printing for $60. Senator Fitton, you still have the floor.
I was just gonna make a couple notes. The Chief of Staff agrees this did come out with the 2/3 vote of Finance Committee specifically because they are an extremely new group. There's no way to demonstrate the revenue. Finance Director Ribisky, correct me if I'm wrong, this is most pressing during the regular allocations process, showing that, and you've been there, Travis, in the OLP2 budgets, showing how much they raise their dues each year. So I don't think this is necessarily pressing at this time. The other note I was going to make to Senate is that I don't think it should matter much if this is ethical eating or meat lovers club. We don't do that to groups. We don't vote yes or no based on how nice we think their name is or if we agree with the mission or their message. We do it based on if they meet our criteria for the expenses that we do give funding for. So I would highly discourage any no votes based on that pretense. Other than that, this is pretty regular request. I'm going to call the question.
Second. Question has been called and seconded, but objected. Question is not being withdrawn, so we'll now vote on whether or not we are going to vote. If you would like to move directly into voting, you will raise your placard for yes. If you, not yet. If you don't want to, raise your placard for no, and if you want to abstain for some reason, you can. If you have a point of personal inquiry, yes, go ahead, Senator Warden.
May I just
That's to the chair.
does this include the distribution then? 'Cause as it reads now, it's just for printing.
Yes, it is just for printing.
Okay.
Do you withdraw your objection?
Yes.
Okay.
I objected.
Okay. I didn't hear your objection. Okay, so there was an objection for question. If you would like to continue with voting, please raise your placard now. If you would like to vote on this bill. Not voting yes on the bill, but just if you would like to proceed with voting. Please raise them high.
It is 2/3 already failed. It takes a 2/3 vote, it's obvious.
Down. Placards up for no. Down. Placards up for abstentions. Hold on one second. Because it takes 2/3, we will not be voting. So we're now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Kearns,
May I address the speaker?
you may.
Thank you. Did I hear correctly earlier that you guys have not pursued any fundraising at all yet?
No, not yet.
And do you guys, would you say you have any sort of link to groups outside of the university, such as ICCI, PETA, HSUS?
No, we don't have.
Or would you compare your group to something similar to them, or something that they would be willing to support?
I really don't feel
My
like
point, I'm
it's-
just trying to recommend, as a fundraising issue, that they have large budgets for things specifically like this, and I think that it would take one email and you guys could have a budget 10 times this amount if you would like it. So I think that honestly, if you're pursuing funds, you can get a lot more outside of GSB, and from what Chief of Staff Reed brought up earlier, according to the priority criteria, they're not eligible for this funding because they haven't pursued fundraising and their dues aren't enough. Oh, sorry. Bylaws, so what you already said.
I'm sorry, I wasn't talking.
Oh, never mind. Disregard that. I yield. That's all I have to say.
All right, I appreciate the input. We haven't reached out to any sort of groups like that, and I can't speak for them whether they'd be willing to support us or not.
Senator Nee.
So kind of along with the fundraising issue, I think that it's in there for a reason. And it's not just for, in my opinion, that line item that they have to have a certain amount of income isn't just for regular allocations. It's to prove if you're a group and you want money from the government or student body, you should at least put some financial interest of your own, whether it be fundraising or dues, behind that. You shouldn't as a group just expect to come in and get money, or the student group shouldn't just come in and expect to get money without putting any of their own financial interests behind the group itself. So I am going to vote no to this because I think that any group asking for funding should at least have some sort of their own fundraising or funding mechanisms to help fund themselves to prove that they're behind their own efforts. So, and behind their organization financially. So that is why I'm going to be voting no on this. But I would encourage the group to come back in the future if you have met those and charged dues or fundraising equivalent. And I yield.
Senator Nygaard,
Hey, Mr. Speaker.
you may.
Do you anticipate having to pay for other activities that you do throughout the semester?
Well, there's, slight personal expense when it comes to potlucks and stuff, events like that. As far as expenses for other activities, we haven't had anything extensive planned yet, and so.
And how are you expecting to fund for these events?
Well, stuff like field trips and stuff will probably just come out of our own pockets for those members who do wish to participate.
Senator Gronadrova.
I want to speak on behalf of this bill. I think we should support the study clubs, just being a government of student body, especially if they are not asking that much. I think we should be supportive more than punishing them because they're not doing any fundraising. I think, as the speaker said, they are planning to do fundraising, even though they're not raising fees from students yet, but probably will be considering that. So I think passing this bill will be motivating for them instead of punishing them for not doing it. Thinking that they're new, I just want to consider that for everybody. I'll be voting yes for this bill, so yeah, I know that.
Senator Ross.
Okay, so the first thing I want to say is, since this is a fairly new club, they don't have really many members. They don't really have many members, and the printing and flyer distribution really is to get their name out and get membership, and which is why they need, which is why I really don't believe we should expect them to have funding, outside funding as of now. And with that point made, I would actually like to motion to add a line item of flyer distribution for $15.
Second.
UC.
It's been moved and seconded to add a line item of flyer distribution for $15. We're now on discussion of the amendment and of the amendment only. Question has been called and seconded.
Object.
There was an objection to question.
Yep.
To the question?
Senator Bosman, there's an objection to question, so we'll now vote on whether or not we will vote on the amendment. If you would like to proceed with voting on the amendment, please raise your placard right now for yes, you'd like to proceed with voting. Okay, just a second. Okay, we're voting on whether or not to vote on the amendment. Question was called, it was objected. So we're voting on whether or not we will vote on the amendment, which is flyer distribution for $15. If you want to vote on the amendment, please raise your placard for yes right now. Down. Placards up for no. Down, placards up for abstentions. By a vote of 17 to 13 to 0, this fails. You need 2/3 to vote. So you would need 18 yeses, and you only need 17. So we're back on discussion of the amendment as a whole, or as the amendment, excuse me. So Senator Merle. Only the amendment of reminder flyer distribution.
It's not strictly about the amendments, so I'm late.
Okay. Senator Doherty?
Yeah, just a question to Mr. Finn. Yes, because he would probably.
Yes.
Just briefly explain what flyer distribution is. I just look at handing out flyers. What costs money is flyer distribution?
I believe it's done through Student Activity Center. You pay them basically to distribute the flyers. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. So if we don't pass this, we're giving them the paper, and then it's just going to sit in their office and not be distributed without a line item, just to clear that up.
Thank you.
Senator Baker?
Can the club just distribute flyers? Okay, thanks.
Is that a question to the club?
Yeah, well, or to anybody who would know, I guess, the club, yeah.
Scott, can the club do that on their own?
I'm sorry, what?
Flyer distribution throughout the MU.
Do they have to pay for distribution?
Yeah, I think you have to go through flyer distribution.
So that's $15.
But if they wanted, okay, as clarification, if they wanted to distribute the flyers someplace besides the MU, they could do so for free.
There are places on campus, yeah, I think you need to like go around and check if you have like permission, and sometimes you need stamps and stuff like that. But I believe that, yeah, flyer distribution is not the exclusive method of distributing flyers on the Iowa State campus.
Senator Merle?
I just want to say that I think this is one of the most ridiculous wastes of time we've ever had on this floor. This group waited, I'm going to try to keep this about the amendment, but this group waited for hours. We have another group, if not more than one, and it's $15 or $60. Can we just make a decision whether this is something we want to fund or not, and not argue about whether they need stamps or whether it's going to sit in a desk? It really doesn't make any difference, and it's a waste of all of our time that we could be spending doing something more for students. So with that, I'm going to call the question on the amendment.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded.
UC.
UC has been called. There's an objection to UC. We will now vote on the amendment. If you would like to give the club $15 for, what? Someone objected to the question?
No, to UC.
No, it's to UC. That's what I thought. Just want to say that. Okay. We'll now vote on the amendment. If you would like to give the club $15 for flyer distribution within the MU, you will raise your placard for yes. If you don't want to fund them for flyer distribution, you'll raise your placard for no. Placards up for yes, keep them high. Placards down. Placards up for no. Okay. By a majority, the amendment passes. We're now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Breitbarth?
Call the question.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. Yes, if you would like to pass this. No, if you do not want to fund this club. And abstain if you are not voting for some reason. Abbas?
Yes.
Baker?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
Benzoni?
Yes.
Black?
Yes.
Breitbarth?
Yes.
Birch?
Yes.
Doherty?
Yes.
Decius?
Yes.
Pisak?
Yes.
Fitton?
Yes.
Foley?
No.
Granadrova?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Kearns?
No.
Nee?
No.
Lang?
No.
Laudner?
No.
Lund? Merle?
Yes.
Nygaard?
Yes.
Osborne? Peterson,
Yes.
Blankenberg,
No.
Schulte,
Yes.
Sharp,
Yes.
Snell, Turhall,
Yes.
Voss.
No.
Turhall, did you vote yes?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Walsh,
Yes.
Ward,
No.
Williams, is gone, Wolf.
Yes.
By a vote of 21 to 9 to 0, this bill passes. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-058F, funding travel for soccer club. Senator Ross, go ahead.
All right, funding Dyes Youth Soccer Club. The soccer club competes very successfully in many competitions, and the club is in need of funds to travel to said events. Be it therefore that $6,780 be transferred to soccer club from the Senate discretionary account pursuant to the following budget. Just a quick note to the Senate, there is a finance memo that will step these down.
So I just go ahead and start talking to you guys. My name is Abdul, president of the soccer club. I'm here requesting money for our nationals travel. In the past, we've just taken a lot more from students for club dues and a nationals fee. We changed our transportation, mode of transportation from a charter bus to university vehicles. And I was told that GSB funds half of travel with university vehicles. So we reserved 4 vans and trailers you can see up there. And I'm hoping to just get rid of half of that is, just reduce the fees for the students.
There is a finance committee amendment. We're waiting on Dan for that. So if you have any questions for the group right now, would be a great time to ask those. Senator Laudner.
May I address the group?
You may.
What right now are you currently charging for student or for fees?
Every year we have a $25 tryout fee. That's for all the students. And then once you make the team, there is a club fee, which is $150, and that covers the reffing for the whole season, as well as dues to pay for any, I guess, our halves of tournament registrations, because I'm aware that GSB also funds half of the tournament registrations. For reffing, it's $25 for the lines refs and $50 for the main refs, so that's $100 a game. It adds up real quick. Also, we have another nationals fee that we're trying to reduce, but it all depends on the funding that we may or may not get for this.
All right, that's all I have. Thanks. I yield.
Senator Lang.
This isn't anything bad against the bill or anything. I just would like to make an amendment so the title matches the agenda. It says funding travel for soccer club. Right now, it says funding the ISU soccer club events. It's just not the same thing.
Second.
Question?
Second.
UC.
Was there any objection to UC? Okay.
Point of
amendment passes. What?
I had a point of information. In waiting for the amendment from the finance committee, wouldn't that already be made, or is that I mean,
I don't know what the content of the finance committee amendment is, so I have no idea.
okay, what the hell, all right, fine.
We just sent it to you.
Okay, so you passed the title, you changed it. If you're gonna change it with the finance committee amendment, then just do that and change it again. I don't care. But at this time, Senator Fitton, you have the floor.
All right, first of all, the title doesn't matter on the agenda, it's what's on the bill, because what's on the agenda already has bill numbers, so that's.
Okay, I'd still like to
Yeah.
change it, sorry, it was such a controversy.
At this time, I'm gonna move to suspend the rules and propose a finance committee amendment. As I am not the speaker, I'm not allowed to make that motion.
Second, so be moved.
All right, move.
I will.
Second. UC.
On suspending the rules, correct?
Yeah.
Is there any objection to suspending the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. Senator Fitton.
All right, I said aloud, that proposing amendment, correct, yeah. Up here, you'll find the Finance Committee amendment. This is what the bill will look like as compared to, so, it's essentially changing it's halving the GSB cost under the mileage for each van, and it won't let me highlight it, so that's cool.
Can you zoom in?
Sure. So it's halving all the mileage. It was just something that wasn't communicated properly when we first authored the bill. At this time, we're going to call a question on the amendment.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded on the Finance Committee amendment.
Check.
You're objecting to question?
Yes.
Okay. Question has been objected. We will now vote on whether or not we're going to vote on the amendment. If you would like to proceed with voting on the amendment, please raise your placard high for yes. Placards down. If you would not like to proceed with voting, please raise your placard. Placards down. We will proceed with voting. We're now voting on the Finance Committee amendment. If you'd like to pass it, you'll vote yes. Placards up high now for yes. Down. Placards up for no. Down. Amendment passes by majority.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that's just the amendment.
So I gotta stick around for more?
Yeah, aren't you excited?
I'm so excited.
At this time, Finance Director Diskey, you have comments?
Okay, yeah, so if you're concerned about the fact that there are 2 inactive clauses on the Google document that shows, when I track changes on Word and Google Doc, it doesn't show the track change, it shows both. So open it in Word and it looks fine. So this has been changed correctly. So just in case some of you were concerned and that's why you didn't want to vote on the amendment. That's for future reference. I emailed it to all of you, so it's out there. So just so we word off any amendments that don't need to happen.
Thank you, Dan. So we're back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Nee.
Pass me down. Move me down.
Senator Fitton.
The only thing that I could see there being questions about is the second enacted clause. The bill without the second enacted clause, we added that because there's not enough money in the discretionary. So this is making a transfer, of some $2,700 around there, we said, boss, from the events account to the Senate discretionary account, specifically for this purpose, I believe. So this will require a 2/3 vote as a note to the Senate to make that transfer from the bill. With that, we vote.
Senator Laudner? Oh.
No.
Okay, Senator Nee.
So did you, may I just,
Yes.
so did you say you have tryouts?
Yes, we do.
And so what happens if someone doesn't make the tryout?
and they don't make the team.
So are they allowed to be a member of the club?
They are still allowed to be a member of the club. They can't participate in the games if they don't make the roster. The game rosters are on a weekly basis, so everyone's consistently fighting for like a roster spot.
Okay, but they can still be a member of the club.
Yeah, they can still be a member of
And
the
like
club.
practice or do stuff like that.
Well, they can't practice either. It's a close practice, but they can show up to the games.
Okay, I have a feeling Senator Fitton has something enlightening, and I know this issue's, I know this issue's come up in the past with men's and women's clubs, but it is part of our bylaws that you have to be open to all students to receive funding from us, and so if you're excluding people based on skill level, I'm not really sure if that qualifies, but I know this has come up in the past, so.
Senator Fitton.
We had this conversation when we were redoing the bylaws in Finance Committee. You can technically go on to the student board database and become a member and have membership privileges, but you can't be a member of the playing team. This was important because spouse card holders also have to have that availability. And so your female spouse, let's say Barry takes Deb out to the men's lacrosse team. She can't go and play out for or play with the men's lacrosse team, but she could technically go on, if Deb were the student, go on and be a member of the team. So it's still, there's still within the rules. It's not breaking any rules.
If you went through the student organizations page, then yeah, anyone can be
Wait.
except them, but.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to call the question.
Second.
Point of information, are we voting on
The bill.
the bill as a whole?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, so we are voting on the bill as a whole. If you would like to pass the bill, then you'll vote, or you'll say yes. If you don't want to, you'll say no, and abstain means abstain. Abbas,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Benzoni,
Yes.
Black,
Yes.
Breitbart,
Yes.
Birch,
Yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Deschus,
Yes.
Fiesick,
Yes.
Fitton,
Yes.
Foley,
Yes.
Granadrova,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kearns,
Yes.
Nee,
Yes.
Lang,
Yes.
Laudner,
Yes.
Murrow,
Yes.
Nygaard,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Peterson,
Yes.
Blankenberg,
Yes.
Schulte,
Yes.
Sharp,
Yes.
Turhall,
Yes.
Voss,
Pass.
Walsh,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Are you saying pass or yes?
Sorry, yes.
Okay. Wolf,
Yes.
Voss,
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
By a vote of 30 to 0, this bill passes. Thank you.
Is that the real one, or?
Yeah,
All right.
for real this time.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now on Senate Bill 2013-2-059F, funding up till dawn.
Funding up to dawn, I wrote this a couple weeks ago. They have an event coming up. It looks like it's gotten modified a little bit in the Finance Committee, but I don't really know enough today.
Senator Fitton.
The group is not here, I'm going to table for 1 week.
Second.
You see.
It's been moved and seconded to table for 1 week. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC?
What's the bill again that we're tabling?
Until dawn.
Okay, yeah.
Is there any objection to UC? Seeing none, motion carries. We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-053A, GSB listserv usage policy.
Neither of the authors are here for title GSB listserv usage policy at this time.
Object.
The motion has been stated to table for 1 week.
Is this debatable? Point of information?
It is debatable.
Okay.
There has not yet been a second though, so we can't debate it yet.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to table this bill for 1 week. This motion is debatable. Senator Bauer.
I guess Senator Finn, can you explain why we are tabling this?
Senator Finn, go ahead.
Neither the primary or secondary author are here to explain the bill to us. I don't think we can have a fair debate if we don't have the form or full information on the bill.
I guess I don't see that as a good enough excuse.
Okay.
I mean,
for whatever reason, they weren't able to be here. That doesn't mean that we can't conduct our business. I mean, we're just being inefficient if we just table the rest of these bills. Yeah.
Actually, as a note to you, this was Speaker Williams' wish as well, that we would just take action on the funding bills this evening for the groups that showed up and to table their bills. So.
Okay, well, I mean, my comment still stands. Just because the primary authors weren't able to be here for whatever reason doesn't mean the whole Senate stops. It's our duty to perform what is delineated in the bylaws under our guidelines, regardless of if the authors are here or not. We still have a duty to represent students. We still have a duty to vote on these bills. If not, we should have moved to adjourn before this, because if we're just going to table the rest of these bills, there's no point in us being here. We're not doing our job. We're being inefficient, and we're not bettering students by being here. So I would highly suggest that we proceed as follows, regardless if the primary author and secondary author are present.
We're still on discussion of the motion to table bill. Senator Plantenberg.
Going off that, I completely agree. Question?
Question has been called and seconded. We're now voting on whether or not we will table this bill for 1 week. If you'd like to table this for 1 week, you will vote yes. If you do not want to, you'll vote no. Placards up for yes. To table for 1 week. Up high. Down. Placards up for no. Down. Abstentions. By majority, this bill will not be tabled for 1 week. Okay. So neither the primary or secondary author are here. We'll just move into discussion on the bill. So let's discuss this thing. Senator Bauer.
Why is this on? Okay, after talking with Senator Snell about this, this was brought up after, I don't remember what email is, I'm not going to point fingers or anything, but people utilizing the GSB listservs in order to promote their own initiatives, their own personal clubs initiatives, those types of things. So it was thought that the GSB listserv is for GSB Business primarily, not for promoting whatever you may be doing, whether it be promoting a class project that you're working on, promoting a different club that you're in, those sort of things. So I am in support of this. I feel like the GSB listservs are for primarily GSB issues. I don't believe that we should be spamming everyone on those listservs, roughly 60 people between all three branches, with other club and organization events. If you do wish to do that, I feel you should be asking either the president of GSB or the Speaker of the Senate to ask their consent to use the listserv. So yeah, I feel that we should all vote on this bill. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It's just kind of cutting down the spammage of the GSB listservs. I'll yield.
Senator Fitton.
My question here is who's the arbiter of GSB Business, who determines that? And second of all, for people who are in GSB that are members, i.e. members of the executive branch, if they were to still do this to the listserv, there's no formal remedy against executive branch members because that's the authorization or the authority of the president to enforce that. So this isn't a general government policy. I'm just really confused, and then these are questions that the primary, secondary author could have answered for me. So I'll leave.
Senator Plantenberg.
Put me down.
Senator Johnson.
It's kind of like a proposed amendment to correct this to say Senate bill. An A bill is a bill, it's not a Senate order. I don't know if that has to be an amendment or not, but that's not even a thing, so. Okay, I can't be a friendly amendment, presumably, I mean, that's not even a valid name.
We don't do friendly amendments. Friendly amendment is still an amendment.
Okay, fine.
If you are making an amendment.
Okay,
it's been moved and seconded to amend this. I don't even know what the amendment was.
to change it to say Senate bill instead of Senate order.
To change it to say Senate bill instead of Senate order. UC was called. Is there any objection to UC?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
but this falls under bills, not in orders.
Yeah, this was, one sec, I need to.
I don't know what's going on. Can you explain to me, Senator, please?
There was, I'm trying to remember the discussion we had in the rules about it, because there was a reason that, one sec.
Okay, can someone please explain to me the motion that is currently on the floor? I am confused. All I want to know is what was last said. There was an objection. Just want clarification.
Right here.
Senator Doherty.
Okay, in the bylaws, it says under bills, an A bill.
No, I understand the amendment.
Yes, but there's no such thing as a Senate order for A. If it's a Senate, if there's such thing as an SA, but in the letter A, it's a bill.
As clarification, UC was called on this. Someone objected to UC. Am I correct in stating that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I was making sure that that is what was happened. So the amendment was made and seconded to change the word order to the word bill. Someone called UC, someone objected. So
The objection was just withdrawn. I don't know if you heard that.
I did not hear that.
I did, sorry.
Okay. We actually have to have question called first.
Second. UC.
Is there any objection to UC? Amendment passes. Back in discussion of the bill as a whole. President Hughes.
Thank you. I'll try to make this quick since we're moving this along. If you'll notice in the ordered clause, which first of all, bills do not have ordered clauses, they have enacted clauses. This references the email listserv, or it says all email listservs and other methods of mass communications. What are the other methods of mass communications? I know that we have a Facebook group. Would that now be limited to official GSB Business? If someone sent a text message to multiple GSB members, is that considered a mass communication? Additionally, Senator Fitton mentioned who's the arbiter, who knows, and then really the main point, since those were all technicalities essentially, we currently don't use the listserv only for GSB Business, and I think that's a good thing. A couple examples. The Campus Town Safety Walk. Was it a GSB official business? You could make the argument that maybe it was. How about the Campus Town Food Crawl? That certainly was not GSB internal business. It was certainly external business. It was hosted by CSA. But I think that's something positive for us to share on our listserv. Certainly there are some things that go across the listserv that you might not be interested in reading. But as we talked about before with the mass emails like Tornado Watch, no one is making you read these emails. I'm sure FDR, myself, VP Fletcher, all of us, we get tons of emails that we never open. You just check the box and hit the little trash can and it's gone for good. So I think this is making a lot of hay out of something that doesn't need to be, and it would actually limit us in a way that we have no idea how we're actually limiting ourselves, because we don't define who does this, what the punishment is if you do violate this, or really anything. This is kind of I wouldn't even call it half-baked. This is kind of a quarter-baked. You took a turkey out and you just put it in the oven for a second, and you forgot to turn on the oven. So, I'll leave it at that. That's great.
Senator Fitton.
It's not that I agree or disagree with anything President Hughes just said. It's just that I think the authors to this motion have the right to defend whatever would just happen. So you can take that for what you may. I'll yield.
Senator Ward.
Point of information to the chair. Or to this committee or whoever the hell. Is the motion to table the bill reconsiderable? Okay, well, other people have their flaggers up, so I'm not gonna do anything.
Senator Lang. And as a reminder, I mean, I think you guys, before I call you Senator Lang, I think you guys can all already tell that I'm pretty irritated with this meeting and the way that in general discussion is being handled tonight. So I'm just going to say this, if I haven't called on you, don't talk. Thanks. Senator Lang.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say this microphone's broken and I can't get to that one right now. And I'm sorry, I've been guilty of it too, but can we talk a little louder or use microphones? Because I can't hear, I'm sorry.
That's a point of personal privilege, and yes, that is totally doable.
Okay, I'm sorry, hold on.
We're still on discussion of this bill. Senator Bauer.
Yeah, President Hughes actually brought up some great points that haven't been thought of. I really don't know how we could change this bill. And back to Senator Fitton's comment, the authors do have a right to defend their bill, but they are not here to defend the bill. That was their choice of their doing. So yeah, I mean, now that I think of, after thinking of the turkey quarter debate comments, I agree with those, and I would urge a no vote. I'll yield.
Senator Plantenberg.
I was at Rules Committee when this was discussed. I vaguely remember like an amendment to this bill or something. Was that, is a member of Rules Committee present? Does he remember that?
Senator Peterson, do you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Senator Plantenberg, you're still on the floor.
Can I motion to send this to Rules Committee?
Yes, you
I
can.
motion to send this to Rules Committee.
It has been moved and seconded to send this to Rules Committee. Question has to be called first. Question has been called and seconded. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Seeing none, this bill will be sent to Rules Committee. Okay. We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-054Y, clarifying GSB Constitution/bylaw supremacy. Senator Johnson.
Alright, I was gonna ask for a quorum call, but honestly, as we discussed in previous meetings, as frustrating it is that we can't have enough people apparently to be able to have any legitimate shot at passing a bylaw bill, I'd like to table this for a week until people show up enough that we can actually vote on a bylaw bill without having to worry about one person voting it down. Pardon my snort.
It has been moved and seconded to table this bill for 1 week. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I would encourage someone to call this to question. Question's been called and seconded.
Object.
UC has been called. There was an objection to UC. If you'd like to table this bill for 1 week, raise your placard high, yes now. Down. Placards up for no. Down. Placards up for abstentions. By majority, this bill is tabled for 1 week. We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-048SL, Priorities for Financial Legislation. Senator Fitton.
Title Priorities for Financial Legislation. As a note, I'm going to move to table, but it's not because we don't have enough people. If you remember a couple weeks ago, I wanted to table indefinitely if we weren't going to take action. This bill was supposed to be a stopgap for Finance Committee between where we were at financially when I wrote this bill and then before we redid our funding system. So there's literally no time for this to take effect. I think we have one meeting in between when we make the changes, the final changes for P&C and bylaws, and when this could actually take effect. So with that, I don't really think it serves any purpose at this time, and I'll move to table indefinitely.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to table this bill, or is it to postpone it indefinitely? So it has been moved and seconded to postpone this bill indefinitely.
Second.
Question's been called and seconded. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Seeing none, motion carries. Bill is tabled indefinitely, postponed indefinitely. We're now in new business on Senate Bill 2013-2-061F, funding international student mentoring program. Senator Voss.
So, on the International Student Mentoring Program, the International Student Mentoring Program provides international students an American mentor for the first semester at ISU to help them learn about the American culture, American university experience, and to promote exchange of cultures, which would benefit the American mentor as well. Whereas the International Student Mentoring Program is seeking funds for the fall and spring semester, enacted that $2,540 be transferred from the Senate discretionary account to the International Student Mentoring Program pursuant to the following budget. I now yield to questions of intent.
Senator Ward.
May I address the speaker?
Yeah, questions of intent.
Is it the author's intent to have a person from the International Mentoring Program come speak to us next week?
Yes, Pressure, who's the director of diversity, will be here to speak on this. She will be here to discuss this next week.
Nope, it's just questions of intent. So all it is yes or no questions. Senator Bauer.
Is it the author's intent to explain why GSB is funding this again?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions of intent? Seeing none, we're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-062Y, correcting oversights in exec compensation bill. Are any of the authors here?
No.
I'm gonna move to consider as read.
Second.
Okay. Authors aren't here. There can't really be questions of intent, can there?
Can we table the first read?
Huh?
Can we table the first read?
No, it was just read. Considered as read.
If you do have questions of intent, Senator Peterson can answer them since I discussed your rules committee.
Yeah, so.
Are there any questions of intent? Okay, it appears that Senator Abbas.
Actually, I'm sorry.
It appears that there are none, so we're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-055Y, amending bill referral process. Who's the primary?
I move to consider as read.
Second.
Are there any questions of intent? Seeing none, we're now on Senate Bill, not sure what the number is, not sure what the title is, about campaign college. Senator Johnson.
Senate Bill 2013-2-063 Act, title Funding Campaign College 2014. This bill was just put on the agenda tonight, so I'm going to continue. I'm sorry, I was late. Whereas Campaign College is an interactive workshop designed to encourage and train people, especially women, to run for GSB and other campus leadership positions. And whereas this event will promote GSB and our elections by increasing the number of qualified candidates, by increasing the number of informed and interested voters. And whereas this event will be held on Saturday, January 18th, 2014, from 1 to 5:30 in the Campanile Room in the Memorial Union. It is social, free, and open to all students. Be it therefore enacted that $146 be allocated to the Cat Center from the Senate Events account pursuant to the following budget. So I guess just to briefly speak on this bill. So the Cat Center is putting on an event called Campaign College. I have flyers for anyone who's interested. The goal is basically, I'm so sorry. The goal is to try to recruit more people to run for GSB. As is fairly common knowledge, I think at this point, there's been sort of a dearth of candidates, and this has been especially historically true of women. So this event is very much open to all Iowa State students. There's specific political psychology that particularly applies to women. So that's more complicated. So that's the approach that we've taken in the event, and that's why it says it's especially for women. But it's more, it is, it's completely open to all students, it's completely free. No one will be turned away if they're, male or somewhere in between or whatever. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions about this. Even if they're not yes or no questions, please ask me outside of this. This event will do a lot. I feel like this event will do a lot of promotion both for GSB and for the election cycle. And considering that of the $1,400 cost, $1,200 of it isn't being covered by GSB, it seems like a good opportunity to putting our name on something without actually having to spend more money. So I guess at this time I'm open to any questions and
Are there any
I spoke
questions
kind of
of
fast, so I'm sorry.
Seeing none, we're now in closing announcements. President Hughes.
All the same. Well, the time has finally come. After 7+ months, I am now officially planning to issue my first veto. Good job, everybody. Thumbs up for all your good work to this point, but now we finally, I just emailed out a veto statement. It's concerning the Funding Ethical Eating Club bill with regard to us violating our existing laws with respect to clubs needing to show income in order to receive funding. The
club stated they do not receive income, so they're not eligible for GSB funds. So I plan to issue that veto officially when I return on Monday, because I am leaving Ames in about 4 hours to go to Texas. So everybody have a good weekend. I'm looking forward to representing Iowa State along with the rest of the GSB delegation. And we'll be back with some great information. We'll give you a little presentation next Wednesday about what we learned and some projects that we hope to tackle over the rest of our term. So that's all I got.
Senator Fitton.
Well, President, you also have a question?
Sure.
Under whose arbitration, we break our laws this evening?
If you will read the veto statement, it lays it out very clearly.
Okay.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Vice President Kletcher and President Hughes and Finance Director Diskey and Chief Staff Reed, Senator Kearns. I hope I didn't miss anybody. I can't even imagine having to get on a plane in a few hours. But thank you for sticking it out and good luck. And I know you guys will do a good job representing GSB in Texas.
Thank you, that was very nice of you. Senator Bauer.
Just safe travels to the delegation that's going tomorrow. Also, Speaker Williams, who will be going to the University of Northern Iowa tomorrow to attend the Friday. Sorry, I'm way screwed up on days. Friday, so safe travels to her also. I'm sure Finance Director Rudisky will keep the Cyclone fan wave going as we did last year. So make sure you get some video and pictures of that. I'd love to see that stuff. I'll yield.
Senator Doherty.
Hey guys, let's all come to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea.
Few more minutes for your attention. Are there any other closing announcements? FTR. Senator Lindbergh, you have one? Like, what do you do?
I don't want you to adjourn later. It's not what speaking to it.
Point of order.
Okay, later on.
So I know there was a lot of interest on the Cyrite thing earlier, and there has been throughout the semester. If you have questions about anything that was said about Cyrite earlier tonight, Senator Morrell and I are both on the board of trustees and can answer pretty much all of those questions. Also, the UA presentation, if you guys want to, if you want feedback on it from us, we can probably help you. So with that, go second.
I'll make the final closing announcement. I apologize for my bitterness and just overall temperament tonight. I'll be happier next week, I promise. Thank you for putting up with me. Regardless of whether I was running on full sleep, though, I will tell you this. The ways that discussion was handled this evening was kind of disappointing. Like, respect towards others, I just wasn't impressed, guys. We can definitely do better than that, and that's regardless of how tired I am or not. Just keep that in mind for future meetings. With that, I would love to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.